respect for her house. Uh, Today, I was doing a little bit of study and I came across some information that people linked to the Karen Reed protests are also being linked to the Clancy protests. And I kind of wanted to talk about that. Let me throw out the link in case anybody wants to come up. Um, we don't have to only talk about that, but that was the thing that kind of struck me today. And let's see, can I? We have to go
Hey,
over to the
I'm
YouTube
gonna
side to pin that.
I'm gonna pin it in the chat. I'm not sure that you can do that. I'm gonna get it pinned. I'm putting around a little bit. Yes, everybody, I'm gonna scrub them in the same damn clothes. I don't care. I'll be in and out for sure. But I'll go get the link pinned and love you. You have this is exciting. You don't understand. When I first started my channel, I said I want to make it so people who don't want the hassle of running their own channel all the time can come and do shows. I want to be able to say, here you go. You're in charge. Have at it and cover what you want to cover. I love this. Guys,
And if you people like this, we'll do it weekly. So
I want
you
lots of
can you
love
can
for
let Beth
Witchy.
know your opinions.
I'll be around.
Um, so yeah, the link is there. Anybody can come up, but I'm not going to pull up a lot of videos. I do have a couple pulled up that I don't even know if I'll use. I really want to just have a discussion about topics, not a debate or receipts, or it's not about like who said what and she said he said. It's just we've all been, following cases lately on YouTube and um, other places. And one of the big ones in the news right now is the Clancy case. And hippie, my love, thank you for the high bye. And Ville, Papa Ville, you are down there too. Thank you for coming in. And P. Fletch is always at Beth's place. You're such a good supporter. Free side, babe. So everybody's coming in. I'll repeat myself a little. I kind of just want to, talk about the Clancy case mostly, but what struck me as interesting was the connection to the Reed case. And I'm like, okay, no, they're in the same state and all, but what's a connection to the Reed case? And for those who are unfamiliar, the Reed case uh, was last year highly publicized about the girlfriend of a police officer who they believe may have unalived him. She was tried twice. The first time there was a mistrial, and the second time she was acquitted of unaliving him. Um, but a lot of that is attributed to this group of women who got together on the internet, a bunch of housewives, like, me and Beth, a bunch of, divorcees and housewives and stay at home moms who got together and said, no, this is BS. We don't like what we're seeing in the evidence. And they went out and they did their own research and they posited, uh, alternate theories on the internet, and they fed the seeds of doubt, and they sowed the seeds of doubt, and then nourished them to the point where public opinion, which is, I mean, the real court anymore, jail is here or there when it comes to like notoriety and getting something out of being caught up in one of these scandals. And so your best is pretty good, P. Fletch. So I should just say Fletch, right? Because the P is silent. Yeah. So now I'm distracting myself. Um, so these women went out and they created this huge online controversy around the case, which I think ultimately influenced her being acquitted, right? In my opinion. So these women did this not for like notoriety. Karen Reed at the time wasn't all that big. It was a little bit of a big case, but it wasn't on the social media platforms the way it turned out to be. These ladies did that. Well, apparently, this new case, the Clancy case, and I don't know if you're aware of that, but a woman confessed to unaliving her children and trying to unalive herself afterwards. Um, but she claims that she was in a state of psychosis, and it's implied that that may have been uh, what's the word may have been it's implied that that may have been influenced by pharmaceuticals that she was prescribed by a very very messy medical situation she was in. She went and asked for help, said she was thinking of doing these things. And so the connection here, yeah, Casey Anthony's pretty crazy too. But the connection here between these two that interests me, because we are social media, uh, I mean, not stars, but participants. We definitely are the people who are willing to get up on panels and talk about this shit. And that's what these women did. Is these women, because I understand the Clancy case has a bunch of women protesting. Now, I saw it because of my interest in watching the far right and the far left. So my news feed pops up a lot of creators. That's the word I was looking for, creators from the left and the right. And the right on this was pointing out these women as being feminists, saying that it's the man's fault because they've come up with an alternate theory for what happened in the Clancy case, too, mind you. They think she's not guilty as much as they thought Karen Reed was. And so there's a, like you said, Becca, there's a lot that runs deep, just like with the Karen Reed case. And again, there's the police connections, just like the Karen Reed case. But it's these women I want to talk about because they came out now for Clancy. And see, I thought maybe I was just imagining it because I've been fed this narrative a lot about like crisis actors and stuff. So I'm always looking for similar faces in similar cases, right? If you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. And so I was looking at these women protesting for Clancy, and I'm looking at the shirts that they have and how they're printed, very similar to the Karen Reed shirts, the signs, very similar to the Karen Reed sides. And so I'm looking at the faces. Now, I followed Karen Reed a lot, so I watched a lot of these faces. One of my favorite streamers at the time, Buddy Bow, for those of you who know him, uh, was covering the case. And so we saw a lot of these protesters. He even went down and met with them. He flew out there. And I recognized familiar faces. I was like, and I kind of set it aside because I'm like, nah, it's same state, but not the same jurisdiction. And why would they get involved in this case? It's, I'll get to your comment, Becca, because I do want to respond to that. So the thing is, it's the same freaking women. Like, not just like the same kind of women who are also, creators or social media people. It's not just the same kind of concept. It's the exact same women. Many of the organizers for Clancy are the same organizers for the protests of the Karen Reed trials. And I just found that like mind blowing. And no, I do want to answer your question, Becca. No, I haven't followed the case enough. I have been following it in the last, say, week or so, and I have been doing some deep diving because I'm really interested in it now that I've heard about it. But I wasn't following it from the beginning. I kind of got caught up in gossipy streams lately. Like enjoying them. I'm not complaining about them. So I kind of wasn't watching the news. And so I was like, I want to see what else is going on in the world. And that Clancy thing came up, and the stuff I got from it was all about these feminists from the right side, and then from the left side, all about the patriarchy. So it's really interesting to me that it plays into that dichotomy when really it's a case of my opinion of the malpractice that is called healthcare in the United States, especially mental health care. I don't think it's healthcare or mental health care. I think it is a practice of malpractice. And I think that should be the main issue of the case. But they're doing a great job of taking the focus off of that and taking it to this, feminists are defending the poor woman And, the other side of it and the evidence is open to this interpretation where they say her husband actually did it and is using her mental health as a way to frame her, and that he convinced her to claim that she did it. And weirdly, the confession that they have, mind you, isn't her uh, initially saying it to police. It's her saying it to her husband and then later saying it to police, because when uh, first responders arrived, my understanding is she wasn't in a condition to speak to anyone. So there's a lot of question as to the validity of her confession. And that's another interesting thing to me too, because these women have latched on to that. And that's what they did in the Karen Reed trial. Karen Reed also confessed in a non-direct way similar to Clancy. And they were able to get recordings and expose that it wasn't a direct confession and that she was somewhat led into it um, by those around her. So let's see the comments for a minute. And again, the link should be pinned and anybody's welcome to come up. And this is just what I want to talk about to start with. Can evolve anywhere it goes. But let's see, D9th. Yeah, it is a great disturbance in the fourth. The force. There's a Sith running Beth's Jedi panel. No, I'm joking.
Speaking of which, Nikki, can you please give me your payment links in the back chat so I can add them to my master key and I can start throwing links out there for us?
I will do that. Give me just a second. I want to read these.
Denizen,
Oh, there you are, babe.
you have
Waiting you to
company.
get here.
Take your time.
So it says D9th. Yeah, it is a disturbance in the first, but I'm glad you stopped by, and I hope you stick around. I hope the conversation is interesting enough. Becca says, I do lean conspiracy in many of my thinkings, but I started a flowchart to do on RLMs later. It's fascinating and disturbing at the same time. I'm going to have to tune into that. I definitely enjoy the way things get covered at RLMs from time to time, and I'll definitely tune into that if it's when we're done here. Um, or watch it on the replay, because I do watch a lot of people's streams on the replay, not like for FOMO or anything, but more because I want to support all my favorite creators. And view
Yes.
time is a really great way to support your creators. So I'm going to take a moment to grift here, and I'm going to give Beth my um, PayPal and whatnot. We've also got hers, and so donating to Beth is a great way to donate to the stream, because it is mostly her channel and audience, and it is her StreamYards, and yeah. So I definitely, but I will throw mine out there too. But I want to grift a little on the idea of it's not just about having money. I'm not a wealthy person. I can't always donate into these chats, but I can do is donate my battery power on my phone. When I'm busy, I may not even listen to the whole stream, but I will let people's streams play to give them view time to support them. And you can do this while you're doing dishes, while you're doing your laundry. And I have to look up my PayPal because I don't know it. I never share it. Isn't that funny?
Well, while
I'll
you're
send it
looking
to
that
you a
up,
Discord. That might be easier on my phone if that's okay.
that's totally fine with me. I am watching for it.
But
How
yeah,
you
I
doing,
really
Denizen? Did you get sleep? Denny and I were up talking till like 4 in the morning about all that dusty stuff with the priests. Oh, are you there,
I
Denizen?
I mean it approximated sleep, I suppose. I got a
Something
little
like.
bit.
For the first time ever, your mic is kind of low, Den.
uh check something.
You know, it's really interesting too, Witchy, is I get very frustrated looking at like these cases where we have these women who do shit that is like the Reed case. Honestly, looking at that, I would have found her guilty of something, even if it was, some form of manslaughter based on the evidence. And like Casey Anthony, oh yeah, she should have been found guilty, period. Um, so I think it's very frustrating when we see the disparaging difference between how women are treated in the justice system and how men are treated.
Well, and I think it plays into this idea that we have these protesters. Like, you have these feminist, for lack of a better descriptor, women who come and they start digging and creating this reasonable doubt in the general public. And when you do that, I know juries are supposed to like sequester themselves, and I don't know how to do the link thing. Talk me through it, hon.
All right. The first one in back chat, is that a Cash App?
So the at one is PayPal and the dollar
Okay.
sign is Cash App, right?
I got it. I'll create your links from there. Don't worry about it.
Okay, you're so amazing, Beth. I appreciate you so much. You guys, she pulled this together in an hour. I do want to give props to Beth. She got me a short intro. She helped me upload a photo I like for my background. Um, I went and created a little thumbnail in ChatGPT, and she put that together as a stream for me. Like, so thank you. Thank you so much, Beth. This is definitely a producer. The production's title is not a nominal one.
I have to give Witchy a lot of love here because she helps me out a lot behind the scenes on my streams lately. She's amazing, and that's why like I'm so excited to like hand the keys over and say, let's talk about what you want to talk about. I want you to run streams. I want you to do stuff. Because like I said, that was something I wanted to do like from the start. That was part of my vision, was, you know, for people to be able to do this. And I couldn't think of anybody better than you, Witchy. You're awesome. You're amazing.
Well, and I'm
Huge.
with you, Becca, on the conspiracy minded. I think all of us up here tend to want to look deeper. And this is the point I want to see pushed more than the, you know, women get treated better than men, is I've seen the results of elderly patients being given stacked CNS meds, which causes dementia-like episodes. And here's the thing is if you set aside the females get treated better, whether it's a man or a woman, these medications are scary. So I'd rather see the trial be focused on, you know, how these things are affecting people, especially when they're not in a system that's cohesive. Like, so where I live isn't a big city, right? I live in the country, but the city nearby that I go to is Albuquerque. And Albuquerque is the biggest city in my state, but it's still not a big city. And still, if I go to a doctor's office on one end of town and then go to a doctor's office 2 blocks over, even not even on the other end of town, they're not going to have my medical record move with me. This is a big deal. But I guess for me, what really drew my attention to this case is that connection to Karen Reed. And again, my conspiracy mindedness like Becca. So I am definitely leaning with those who think there may be a case to be had that her husband is somehow involved.
Do you mind if I sidetrack just a tiny, tiny bit here? Because Dragon Fist TV has decided to grace my channel, which, hey, welcome. You want to know how I'm happy to give you your answer. The way I see it is that Father Joseph was not a good representative for the church in his interaction. I have several criticisms of him, which I will be making public with some shorts. That's another reason why I said I'm taking today off. I'm going to work on making some shorts. So I will put my criticisms out there. I've personally spent many hours talking with Dusty about faith, and I am a person of faith. I believe in the Messiah, and I want that grace to come to him, but it's very, very hard. I don't call him Jesus, though. That's the problem. I go by his actual like biblical name, which most Christians don't. So, anyways, I want.
What's that?
Joey.
No, not even. It'd be Yahusha. If you're based on Paleo Hebrew, if you're actually pronouncing it right, it's Yahusha, which actually, I mean, when it works out, it's almost closer to Joshua. But anyways, that's besides the point. Look,
I
I
thought it
think that the
translated to
priest,
son of Joseph is what I had heard,
yeah.
but you know,
Hey, look at
makes
that.
so much sense.
Yo, thumbs up, Dragon Fist. But so I
But I, I
honestly, I
do want to
want
answer the
to
question with one word.
go ahead.
Do you guys think Andrew was being nice to Dusty last night and just kept saying to him over and over, Dusty, I tried to help you? No. If you want clarification, you may ask, but my answer is no.
Um, I think that the priest was a bad representative of the church, and I want people to find grace and to have that in their lives and in their heart and in their soul. And it's hard to do that when it comes down when you have false representatives giving hypocritical stances where they're saying one thing but they can't even keep up with their own standards and putting forth a bad look for the church. um I like Dusty very much, and honestly, I've got his back. And like I said, yeah. What did Andrew say beside that? Beside what? Andrew said a
It's
lot
not
of stuff.
about what he said.
Andrew was being a crybaby, dude.
It wasn't
Look,
even about what he said. He was being disingenuous and virtue signaling.
yes,
He
yeah.
was virtue signaling like a mofo in front of his priest friend, and then he asked his priest friend to lie for him. And
Yeah.
the priest friend even said, I have to go out based on the fact that I consider Andrew a friend. But then you see how much monetarily the priest has benefited off of Andrew in the last several years, including he stated himself that he got a promotion from deacon to priest for his association with the debates. And he stated that. This is not something I went
Yeah.
deep diving into this priest to find out. He stated it himself while talking to Dusty the night before last. So, right,
So
that was the night before last that video came from, right?
no, yes. So Dragon Fist. Listen, I've actually been around since way before the Sarah stuff. Okay, I was in the Crucible crew, in the follower group for 2.5 years before I came over to this Panelverse side. Okay, and I've been over here for about a year and a half now. Holy crap! Thank you, Grid One. Huge shout out. He's the one who got me on streaming. Um, I will say that Dusty would occasionally put out something that criticized statements that Andrew made during debates or on panels at Sarah's. Yes, absolutely. But you should know because you're a streamer. When we go on those panels, we are open to criticism. And occasionally he would do that. But no, the harder stuff, the harder attacks from Dusty did not come until after the Sarah stuff. Okay. In the meantime, before I ever started talking to Dusty, even met him, knew him, I was actually terrified to speak to him because of his affect. Okay. While I was in the Crucible, I would watch Andrew be on Sarah's panel and he would mute Sarah's panel and talk shit about Dusty to us in the Crucible chat, where only we could hear him going, oh, I can't stand this fucking asshole. He's such a piece of shit. He's this, he's that. He's okay. I had a very negative and like concerning, like, I was led to believe that Dusty was a bad fucking person, and I was scared to talk to him because of the things that I heard Andrew Wilson say on the Crucible. What? And we're talking a year before Sarah's fallout. I
Okay, so
personally was there.
A little Nikki history. If you watched last night, you heard me apologize to Flow State / Powder Dusty about something in the past where I misrepresented the fact that he has children. Even though he's the one who made a hit piece on me, I apologize to him because I started it, right? This is the thing I know about Dusty. Me and Dusty have not been friends. I'm not a panel-versed crew. I'm not always welcomed on the panel. I don't throw money at Dusty. I mean, I've donated to Beth a few times and OG and Den, but not really Dusty, and even 10th maybe once, but not maybe I've donated to Dusty once. I don't recall doing it. I don't think he's even in my pay apps. So I don't think I have. But just to be clear, I am not a follower of Dusty and I'm not anti Andrew. So Just
Yeah.
to throw that out there, the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter who was slinging mud first. They sling mud on the internet for a living, both of them. And if they can't accept that and set it aside in person when they're attending a debate where their crossover audience is there, there is something wrong with that. That is what Dusty did at the debate, is he tried to make it about the viewers, which is where they make their living. Those people want to see them fight on the internet, but they want to see them be cordial in person because they want to see that they're actually human. And that's what Andrew walked away from. And then when Andrew came on the panel at that priest's panel, I say priest so ironically here. And when he went up there, he was being disingenuous, and he was over talking, disrespecting Dusty, talking down to Dusty, treating Dusty like some sort of uh, parishioner, like he was a priest. Andrew was acting like a priest talking to his parishioner. And then the other priests were trying to manipulate Dusty into removing his content as though that were the problem between him and Andrew. Whereas the problem between him and Andrew stems from the fact that they both work in an environment where people are critiquing one another for a living. Andrew does it on whatever, all day, critiquing women who most of us agree may deserve some of the critiques he gives. I haven't seen a lot of that podcast, but I've seen clips. And at the Crucible, where their debates stem around demolishing each other's characters, even amongst friends, or friends, right? Because Emmett will tell you nobody's friends over there. So the idea here is this is a publicity event, and these priests had nothing to do with it. The priest repeatedly said, "Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that," and then would try to bring up receipts about what he didn't know about. So, yeah, the whole thing was disingenuous, and I think Dusty handled it very well. I think that Andrew pointed out once again that it's, as a capitalist, he sees Dusty as competition. And that's all I see from Andrew, is him looking at Dusty as competition and trying to undermine him. And if they would work together, like, say, Rowdy, Randy, whatever, and, the Hulk would have a little bit of not a script, but a production, and have it worked out together and work together, they could definitely do better than fighting.
I'm getting you the link, Dragon Fist. Look, and here's the other thing is I don't hate Andrew. The link is pinned, but here you go. I'm going to drop it again for you. You're more than welcome to come up. I'm not an Andrew hater. I've met Andrew. I've met Rachel. I don't hate them. Like I said, I mean, I was, a member of the Crucible crew for fucking 2.5 years. Dusty was not lying. He literally wasn't. I was on Andrew's side back then. And yes, I was led to see Dusty as a degenerate, as somebody who was just, as a matter of fact, I have a fun story. The first time I ever spoke to the powdered Dusty, I had been debating that night at Grid Ones. He was doing his debate show. And Dusty was over there, and we got into a little meta conversation in between debates. And he said to me, he said, "When you're done here, come over to my show. We'll talk about it there." I went over there, and I was absolutely terrified of him because just his affect, and I'm more of a quiet person, right? At least I was back then. I was there for a minute and a half before my phone started blowing up with people who I'm friends with in the Crucible saying, "Get out of there. You're in a bad place. No one's going to take you seriously. That's a drama channel. This is going to hurt your reputation because you're talking to the powdered Dusty on his channel." Even though we were discussing marriage and is marriage a Christian thing? And I'm kind of a history nerd, and I was like, actually, they are, in the sense that they, set up state marriage. Can you cam up for 1 second, and then I'll let you up? All right, hang on. Just to be, no offense, dude. I was playing with all my media assets here.
It's me.
Dragon Fit.
It's me.
That's you. Thank you very much. Hey, I apologize, but these are touchy subjects, and I'm not trying to. I've been prawn bomb before. Okay, it was not pleasant.
Yeah, no, it's me. Thanks for letting me up. How are you?
Absolutely, it's a pleasure to meet you, Beth, Witchy, Denizen.
So yeah, I
I
just
don't.
wanted to ask you guys a couple questions because that's why I asked about what you saw. And I know you said he was lying to Dusty, but Dusty admitted that there were clips. And I'm not, I
Yeah.
wasn't even coming up
I
here.
can
People in your
explain
chat
this.
were saying I
Can
was
I?
coming up here to hold water for Andrew. I'm not. I was just I
May I
was scrolling
clarify?
through. Yeah, just let me 1 second. I was scrolling through. I saw what you were talking about the Dusty thing, and I was genuinely curious what you saw because last night all I saw was Andrew saying, "Dusty, what's up, man? I never did anything to you. I tried to help you. I sent you raids. I would have kept trying to help you." He said it over and over. Why were you
At that
attacking us
time,
again? What you can clarify?
at that time when he was helping Dusty, I was a Crucible member. Okay. Now he sent him like one raid, but that was it. And I think it was because they actually debated on the same team together that night. Okay. Otherwise, every
Still
time we were
nice of
at it,
him.
that was very nice of him. But
He's
every
never sent
time
me
we,
a raid. I'm not
may
like,
can I finish,
yeah.
please? Please, promise.
Yeah.
So every other time while he would be on Sarah's panels, he would mute himself on Sarah's and be talking. He would say mad shit about Dusty. Okay. So flash forward, Grid One started his debate night show, and I was one of the original competitors on that. Dusty had been there one night and he asked me to come over to his channel when I was done to discuss marriage and whether or not it is Christian. It's a Christian thing. And I went over there, and this is how the people in the Crucible thought about Dusty based on things that Andrew would say to us when he was muted on Tomatoes. Okay. I was there for a minute and a half, and my phone started blowing up with people who are my friends in the Crucible saying, "You need to get out of there. Nobody's going to take you seriously if you're seen talking to him. This is bad for your reputation." Like my phone was just bling, 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 which is hysterical because I was on Dusty's using my phone. I didn't have even a laptop to use that night. And so the whole time it's just bling, bling as I'm trying to talk. And literally it was Crucible people like, "You need to get the hell out of there." And this was all based off of things that we heard being in the Crucible. Okay. Now, the more time I've spent with Dusty, I'll tell you right now, the man is actually like, he holds a lot of the views with his family that we conservatives do. And us as Christian, Christian people will hold these same values. And like, he's doing the work without having the faith. And I just pray that, I hope that the grace comes to him at some point, but I think he needs better examples. But Andrew was not being honest about the way that he has spoken about Dusty in his own chats, the streams that then get put behind a paywall so nobody can actually go back and see them.
Well, that's the thing is I didn't hear Andrew mention at all anything about things that he said to Dusty or what happened in the situation that you're describing. That's not what it was about.
This was real.
I believe that it's real, but I'm just saying it doesn't mean it's not relevant to what I'm saying.
When Dusty has made clips. That was the other thing, the clips. Listen, absolutely. Yes. You and I, when we go on any panel or any debate, if once upon a time, I was debating about can science and religion exist at the same time? And it was a speed debate, and I fucked up, and I referenced the God particle like a retard. Okay. People have the right to make clips making fun of me for that absolutely dumb move that I made.
Sure.
Okay. So there may be a few where Andrew was on a panel with Dusty and said something that was like, wait, what did he just say? What? Okay. There's some of those clips may absolutely exist. It has nothing to do with the Sarah situation whatsoever. It's completely separate.
That was
And they were
Andrew's point, right? He
isolated
was saying this
incidents.
was before the Sarah.
Those were isolated incidents before, and it had nothing to do with it. It was like a once in a while Andrew would slip up and say something or do something stupid, and he would make a ha-ha about it.
Yeah, but see, why is he doing that?
Him.
Why is he doing that? That's what I'm saying. Like,
He does
why?
it to everybody.
See, I think
he does it to everybody, dude. You do
why?
it too.
And I would like to just push back a little bit on the fact that you think that he has the same values as us Christians without the Christianity. I don't believe that that's true. That he wants to debate me on all drugs should be legal. That's his prompt. So I don't think we share actually the same values. He may have some family values that correlate, but without Christianity, you're not going to get all the benefits of Christianity. He certainly doesn't display them.
I'm not.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. But I do want to just stress the fact that Beth just pointed out exactly my point, which is Dusty was making bad clips about Andrew prior to the Sarah thing.
She didn't say that. She said that Andrew and Dusty were responding to one another based on debates. Not making bad clips about each other. You think it's making bad clips about me when Emmett Witten called me a baby killer over the fact that I've never had an abortion, never killed a baby, never had anything to do with that.
You a baby killer. I don't know the context, but yes, I would say that. And if you make clips laughing and making fun, I make fun of people all the time on my channel. I don't make fun of the people I like.
Why are you doing that?
Why would I make fun of the people that I like? I make fun of the people that I don't like.
Why are you doing that?
You admitted that Dusty was taking clips not of them debating, but of Andrew misspeaking or in a bad context and putting out short clips laughing at him.
Criticizing his debate technique.
You do it too. You do it too.
Not to people I like.
Everybody does it. And guess what? By the way,
so you're only supposed to call out other people, not the people you like.
Hang on, Richie. Here's the other thing.
I don't display the people that I like making mistakes and laughing at them. Why would I do that? I try to help them in any way that I possibly can, not tarnish their name. So maybe Andrew and Dusty and you guys and me have different interpretations of what actually putting out clips.
No, on what planet did they claim that they like each other?
Yes, they liked each other back then. Dusty said outright back then, like he had no hate towards him. He actually would give props when props were due. He absolutely did. Okay, but on the same note, like me and Emmett has a whole thing about how he gets one rock when he passes it, when his cult goes into effect, because, you know, I'm going to be stoned. He gets one rock. So I told him he only gets one rock, and he said he's going to make it a really big one. So I sink straight to the bottom. Okay, it's a big joke. It's been running for like a year now. All right. And way back when, yes, there were actually clips about that, where we were all laughing about it, okay? And it was all about how I'm going to be stoned one day because they think I'm a witch.
But I just want to real quick say
thank you, Hebrew Hammer, and thank you, Stanley Cross, for coming in. I haven't seen you guys in a while. It's really cool to see you in the chats.
You're being very unreasonable, Dragon Fist.
No, you just admitted
you're being
that
very
Dusty
unreasonable.
was making clips laughing at Andrew. And now you're trying
we all do it. We all do it. Andrew did it.
That's a different claim. You can't smuggle in we all do it. All we've established is that Dusty did it. That's it.
Andrew has done it to people too. Everyone has done it. This is not like he wasn't bullying him.
Andrew
As
does
a matter
it in the
of fact,
middle of a debate.
He also made clips giving Andrew props.
Yeah,
and
you're out of your mind.
We're not talking timeline here on this. You can go back to the channels and look at the timelines yourself. I'm just
going based
playing
on
that
what Dusty said and what Beth just said and what Andrew said. All these things correlate. Why do I have to look at the timeline? Everyone is agreeing.
Because Andrew's being disingenuous.
What are we arguing about then?
These are
why are you here?
These are isolated.
Why are you here talking about?
I recommend that you go to the Powdered Dusty and you go to Flow State and you see what kind of clips he's got. Go do it yourself. Do the legwork.
I'm trying to get your guys' opinion, which it seems like now you're getting upset just because you see the point and you don't want to.
No,
You
you're
brought it
being
up.
unreasonable. You're being
I'm
unreasonable,
How?
sir.
frustrated because I didn't want to talk about this today. That's
You're
why
right.
Listen,
I did a panel about
this is
something else.
making.
I've talked about this too much. Andrew, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to finish up and wrap up on this
Listen, you
topic.
don't have
When I
to
shut
have me
up,
here. I'm making this entertaining for you guys.
I'm going to give you 2 minutes to wrap up if you'd
This
like,
is
but
not
I'm not going to be
entertaining.
talked over when this isn't the topic I wanted to talk about. You
He
guys have
ran.
talked about this on every panel for days. It can be talked about everywhere. You can weep woo bang about it, as Den says in the chat, all you want. I don't want to talk about that stuff right now. It's a us them thing that none of us are benefiting from in any way. Well, I mean, no offense, Beth, but did you make the $100 goal yesterday you asked for on the stream?
Yeah, no. This is all
So
on you. This is your show. I want to talk about what we were talking about because
I want to
and
talk about
actually
the
it's
Clancy
interesting.
case.
I would have thought that he would have been interested based on his values and jumping in on discussing the disparaging difference between how women and men are treated within the judicial system, especially when it comes to harming children. But dude, nah. I hope you got your clips out of it. You're not paying attention to what I'm saying. You're being disingenuous about what I'm saying. So you have fun with that, okay?
Wrong
So here's
about
your clip.
what?
You wanted a clip? Here's your clip. I am wrong about everything you want me to be wrong about, so long as it means I can have discussions that you don't come and try and derail with an agenda. Thank you. I'm fine with
You
being
know
wrong.
what? You know what? This is one of those soy boys who, when the other boys punched him in the shoulder, he went, "Ow, don't do that. I'm telling my mommy." Dude, you got to learn how to hang with the boys. Like, I'm a girl and I understand how the boys hang.
I didn't
Okay?
even put him down. I just muted him, Beth. He
I
took
know.
himself out.
I saw.
Like,
He
I put
dropped on his
people down
own.
who have more value to me than him. I don't know him. Do you know what
He
I mean?
dropped on his own. Absolutely.
And he ran
1000%.
away because I muted him while he was talking over me on my show.
Well,
Yeah. Thank
clearly
you for doing
he won the debate.
Yep. Yep. Because
But
he can
anyway,
twist it however he wants to. But
I never
really,
did.
it's just a thin skinned little boy who's going to go cry to daddy now because the girls punched him in the shoulder. Ah.
Here's the thing is that this was a money making thing and has gotten a lot of people to talk about it, and that's great. It can be very interesting. We had a long ass 9-hour talk about this shit yesterday. I just want to talk about something else for a little while. This Clancy
Yes.
case is actually very interesting. And
And important.
people can come up and talk, and it's not even about interrupting. It's about trying to dominate and change the subject. If you want to talk about the Clancy case, the Karen Reed case, the connections to the Casey Anthony case, this is what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the inequality in our justice system between men and women. I want to talk about the medical situation going on in a couple of these cases. I want to talk about the police connections. I want to talk about the protests, these feminist ties to protests, like organized feminist groups ties to protests around women who unalive people and confess to it. Like this is a trend that seems to be forming.
You know what's funny is you would think people from the Crucible would be like, yes, let's talk about this. But no, they want to talk about Dusty. Dude, you need to fucking get his dick out of your mouth. Get off your knees. He's not doing
Dusty's
it.
pretty sexy, but he's already got lips on his dick.
That's right.
Get over yourself.
True patriarchs are hot. True patriarchs are hot.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of hot men here out on YouTube, but unfortunately they're not the ones you have, like, most of them aren't the ones who have a bunch of subscribers, like, and I'm not talking Andrew's Crucible 300,000. I'm talking like the millions of subscribers channels I look at, and they're pretty average looking guys and average looking girls. They're not like super hot or anything. So that's heartening, as a middle of the road 5-6. I'm pretty happy to see that that the middle of the road is winning on YouTube. But yeah, I think one of the things that, like I said, really intrigued me, and I had a video pulled up, and
Let's see it.
then I was trying to do stuff and I lost it. So
I'm
I have to pull it
sorry.
up again. So
Take your time. Take your time.
this YouTuber noticed what I did, what I was saying about the faces being the same in the protests.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that. It's like there's all kinds of stuff that correlates with like the BLM protests and the Antifa ones, right? There's this big conspiracy that there are people who are being paid to show up at specific protests so that they have more bodies there. And someone actually, I think it might have been at one point in time, Jake Rattlesnake infiltrated one of the meetings where they were rounding up people to go to one of these protests. I'm not sure whatever happened to that video, but that shit was super interesting because it
Predator
actually
too.
confirms that yes, they are. That they're literally reaching out and they're paying people to show up to these protests. And that's fucking crazy work right there.
Ugh. Yeah, I think that we're going to see a lot more of this sort of protesting, and like you said, the paid protesting, because people they're crowdfunding this stuff. Like, they want to be this big, there's a big Soros bad guy on it, but feminists are crowdfunding everything. I don't know if you have been one of those people like me. I kind of just scroll through GoFundMe every once in a while. You can look and see what people are looking for help with, and weird how much they can crowdsource shit that serves an agenda quickly. Upstate, my chilly buddy.
Once
There's
upon a time, especially anyone who freaking harmed a child in any way, they got a millstone. And I miss those days. I'm super sensitive about that stuff. Which is why,
You
like,
miss those days?
I wish I'm very sensitive when it comes to children being harmed. It, like, as a mother, and being a mother is the most important and the greatest thing I've ever done with my life. And now that my kids are grown, I'm like, almost, I feel like I'm, a little heartbroken here. But
I'm a Spartan. Some of them need to be left by the tree line for the gods. Give them back to the gods.
I'm very, very sensitive, and I get that. Okay, like when I worked in hospice, there was a baby that came in that had severe deformities and a inoperable brain tumor, and literally we just had to wait until the brain tumor pressed on the part of her brain where she would stop breathing and pass away. And all of this could have been found with one sonogram, but the parents didn't believe in healthcare. And this was the third baby that they had with these kinds of problems. The first two were stillborns. This one lived to be 14 days old, 15. She came to our care when she was 10 days old. And I almost quit my job. Like, I consider that allowing that life to come in and suffer for those 15 days, I consider that worse than ending it before it ever has to experience that. And I was so angry with that mother. I wanted to fight her. I wanted to take her outside and just beat her to a pummel in the fucking yard. Like, literally, I almost quit my job because I didn't think I could handle it. And then I picked that baby up and I didn't put her down for 4 days. I
So
couldn't put her down.
I get what you're saying, Beth, and I'm in support of what you're saying, but I go a step further than that, because your job there was to try and continue that life once it came out.
My
Like
job was I was hospice. My job was to make sure people were comfortable till they died. We were
even in
not allowed to put them
palliative care, the nurses are still charged with trying not to over medicate. Trust me, I've been through 2 family members in hospice that palliative care, those nurses also are concerned often about keeping these suffering patients alive. So, but that's kind of the job. You don't really want them to die on your shift, is how a lot of them feel. But I did want to answer Stanley and just say, yes, you know the answer to that.
Cypher, welcome. I'd love for you to join this, especially because of this, like what I said. I'm not sure where you disagree. Well, I do understand where you disagree with me. I think that, and listen, like I am very, very pro-life, but having experienced that and having, I literally, I'm not kidding. Like I used to work from 7 at night till 7 in the morning. And for 4 shifts straight, I held that baby for I had a very hard time putting her down. And I saw everything she went through and the medications we were having to give a newborn baby due to it horrified me. I had nightmares for years about that baby and
Well,
looking
I'm
at that
pro-life.
baby.
I'm pro-life also, Beth, but I see pro-life as having 2 sides. It has pro-quality and pro-quantity, and the 2 are not usually intersecting. For me, I choose pro-quality. Now, I have 5 children, and I had 1 miscarriage, unfortunately, so 6 pregnancies in my life. I never had an abortion nor participated in one. I know people who have had them, but it was just not for me. I am pro-quality of life, though, and I've proven that
Yeah.
by having to release a parent and a husband from, medical intervention. So to be fair, pro-life doesn't necessarily have to be pro-quantity of life. It can be pro-quality of life, and those sort of decisions should be made without outside interference and judgment. Pro-quality of life is a big deal. My grandmother, poor thing, at the end was both blind and deaf, and on top of that, bedridden.
Yeah.
And all she would do was scream for us to end it. And we weren't allowed to. Just the reality is quality matters too. And
It
people
does.
who call yourselves pro-life focus only on quantity and not quality. You make judgments about people, the decisions they make in choosing medical treatment or not medical treatment, based on some idea that just even 1 second of life is worth all the suffering in the world.
And Cypher, I want to make a very big clarification here. Like, I don't see Down syndrome and many cases and many other conditions as being worthy of termination. Okay. The specific case that I am referencing was one that I personally, like I said, I personally cared for this child. And one sonogram would have shown she was severely deformed with an inoperable brain tumor, and we were just waiting for it to press on the right part of her brain that stopped her breathing. And that took 15 days from the day she was born, 15 or 16, something like that. Thank God I wasn't there when she died, because I would have lost my damn mind. Okay. I value life, and I don't understand why that kind of suffering for such a short period of time is so necessary. I don't, that as a mother, both decisions break me internally. It breaks me to consider abortion. And it breaks me to know that my child would be coming into this world in that kind of condition and would leave so quickly. But what for? What was it for? So she could suffer for 2 weeks? Are you kidding? That's horrific. I respect I absolutely respect your position. I do. Because like I said, I'm very pro-life. But this is the struggle. And a lot of mothers, ones who actually love being moms, right?
I
That is
don't
something
understand
that
his position, Beth, and I think that it's
I respect it. I don't understand it given the situation that like I'm referencing. I don't understand. It would break me to have an abortion, but it would break me harder to watch my baby suffer and for 15 days just to die. It
so
would
like the
absolutely kill
situation
me.
that we're talking about, the Clancy case.
No,
Like the situation that we're
no.
talking about with the Clancy case, right? So, I am a Spartan. And here's where I stand on that, and this is something people aren't going to like, is it's nobody else's fucking business what she did with her children. But that's not what people are arguing about. People are arguing about feminism versus the patriarchy, because did her husband set her up, or did big pharma
Mm.
drug her so much that she did this? And those are the two questions. Is she too crazy to go to prison? That's the question, because she's already confessed supposedly, and there is no trial going on. The decision is, does she go to the asylum prison or the regular prison? That's it.
Take her off the meds and hold her accountable for her actions. I condemn what she did to her children 1000%. I believe she should absolutely be put in prison for that. However, I think the doctors need to face some charges too, because they severely over medicated this woman, and that contributed to the outcome, in my opinion, having the experiences that I have.
Well, still, I don't think it's anybody else's business, but since we make it ours, it's fun to discuss. Witchy, I'm sorry, you're a Spartan. So I use that hyperbolically as a metaphor for the fact that I believe a woman owns her children. I firmly believe that the one thing a woman owns in this world is her offspring. I think men have equal ownership of it. Don't get me wrong. I speak from my perspective because I'm a woman. I don't believe that the state needs to get involved in what people do with their children. I think that the state getting involved in what people do with their children has led to a state system that feeds into a ring of people we don't like to talk about on the internet because it calls in the censors.
Oof.
But that's just my personal belief. That's not like anything reflective of the channel or
Yeah,
YouTube
yeah.
or anybody else.
Everybody has their own beliefs, and that's something with this channel that I want to highlight. I want people to be able to express and convey their beliefs and why they have those beliefs, and I want us to be able to have legitimate discussions about them. I respect what you're saying, Cypher, because it's the same thing for me. I personally, even if my child was born with problems and was you know failing to thrive, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I would do everything in my power. I would starve myself to feed my children. And that is just how I am as a mother. I've gone the extra distance. I can't tell you how many pairs of shoes I walked till the soles fell out of them, but my kids always had brand new ones. They always had good clothes, good food. They've never eaten a vegetable out of a metal can in their entire lives. Okay. But like I've gone without meat at dinner, that's the way that I am. I couldn't do that. And I also am very pro-life. I am only pro-abortion in certain circumstances, and that position came as a direct result of caring for an infant when I worked in hospice who was born with severe deformities and a brain tumor that killed her within 2 weeks in our care, and there was nothing they could do about it. The suffering I watched that baby go through for 2 weeks was absolutely horrifying. And even saying that I would be okay with that life being terminated before it ever, like, we're talking early,
So,
early,
Beth,
early. I'm
can
early
I say
abortion.
this is again bait? So they baited
It
us
is.
on Wilson, and now Cypher's trying to bait me on the abortion topic, which I've already made myself perfectly clear on. And this is supposed to be a show about
Yeah.
legal trials. AVG, you are welcome to come up to discuss the Clancy case. And
Yes.
Becca, I mean, we'll be here
Come on.
for a couple hours at least. That's what we talked about, and then we'll talk about see if anybody wants extensions at that point. But you guys are welcome to come. I really do want to talk about the Clancy case and other things. These are issues we have debated ad infinitum at this point, and I've already made my stances clear. There's no more gotcha clip to get. Beth has
Ad
said this
nauseum.
before. I have said my stance before. You guys know our stances. You don't need to keep trying to goad them out of us. We're discussing the Clancy case. If you want to talk about the Clancy case, Cypher, and about what this woman did, we can do that because it definitely plays into my beliefs about that. But I mean, I brought it up because of this feminist versus patriarchy bullshit that I keep reading on the internet. But if you want to talk about it from that point of view, is she actually guilty of anything? We can have that discussion about the Clancy case, but not about Beth's traumatic experience she keeps reliving, not about why I believe what I believe in general, but we could talk about this case in specific if you'd like to come up. ABG, I really, really would love to hear what you have to say about the Clancy case, and I don't know if you'll address it on your show. I do watch your shows as well. Oh, forgive me.
I wanted to ask you, what do you think about the position about the doctors at this point? Where do you stand with how much liability do the doctors have in this? Because I don't agree. I don't see the medicine as an excuse, but I do see it as a contributing factor to what happened. But I've been on medication before, and I know when it's not working or when I'm starting to feel a certain way. I told my doctors, this isn't working. I want to stop it because something's not right. So she could have advocated for herself.
Well, I am kind of hoping, Becca, that you do come up once you get the kids and stuff, because I'm interested in your take on it too. Yeah, no, I think I stated it at the beginning pretty clearly that I don't think we have a healthcare system in the States and in most of the Western world. Even where you have the socialized medicine, there's still a private system that is separate for, those who can afford it. But I think what we have is a malpractice system. They don't practice anything holy or healthy. It's all malpractice, and it's intentional. There's a drive for you to be a continuous customer.
Yes. Yeah, they get you hooked and they keep you hooked. They don't cure the problem. They just keep putting more band-aids on it that cost a whole lot of money. But should the doctors, like, I personally think that there should be more than just not just some financial liability. I think there should be criminal liability because this is a perfect example of them doing that. And look at the outcome. This is not the first time this kind of situation has happened. I watch a lot of body cam stuff where mothers are medicated or whatever and unalive their children, and it's absolutely horrific. And I think it's time, though, that the doctors, somebody needs to hold their feet to the fire too on this.
So I like that you say that, Stanley. As long as the doctors followed protocol, they are fine, because it's a really interesting thing to say. What protocol? How is this standardized? Because it's not, by the way. And secondly, you're talking now liability, and I think you're right in that. So now when we're talking culpability, I don't think protocol has anything to do with it. If they had knowledge that they were doing something that wasn't in the best interest of their patient, whether it's protocol or not, I think, they should be the conscientious objectors. That's, they're doctors. They should stand up for what's right, not what's protocol, right? But that's culpability. And she did say liability. So when you're talking liability, you're probably right. As long as they followed protocol, they're going to be fine. And the fact that the systems that she was in, because I looked into this, like she was on over a brief period on multiple varieties of medications that some are even contraindicated and shouldn't have been one in the system at the same time as the other, even if it wasn't directly at the same time, right?
Right.
And you would understand that better than me, Beth, but I have my CNA, so I can kind of read the charts a little bit of what they're saying there. But the thing is, they're not integrated systems. And I was talking about this earlier about my nearby town. If I go to a doctor and then I go to a doctor a block over, the only thing they're integrated on is narcotics and benzos. That's it. And they're integrated on that through the pharmacy. Everything else, unless you use the exact same pharmacy for every prescription. So say she went to a treatment center in one county and a treatment center in another county for her former self-harm attempts, they wouldn't really necessarily have each other's records unless she introduced them to one another because they're on different systems, unless it's a controlled substance.
Where is CPS in all of this? If she had prior self-harm attempts, why was she ever allowed alone with these children to begin with?
It gets worse, Beth. She didn't just have self-harm attempts. She went to her in-laws, her family, her doctor, emergency rooms, and told them all that she had ideations of exactly what she did.
Why was nobody doing anything? This is a failure of the system across the board.
Her
We saw the
family,
same fucking thing.
the system. Why wasn't her mother-in-law moved into the house when her daughter-in-law told her? Why wasn't her mother moved in? Why wasn't an aunt?
Take the children. Take the children.
Why didn't somebody in the family say, hey, let us take the children for a while? She even asked for that.
Yes.
She asked the state, as I understand it, when her family wouldn't take the children, she asked the state, hey, can you guys take them for a little while I figured they thought she was just like trying to shirk her duties and run off. And they said she didn't have a comprehensive plan. And that's why they released her from the hospital when she went to the hospital and said, I'm really having these thoughts that I should do this thing to my children and then myself. And they sent her back home after less than 24 hours.
Are you familiar with the Gabriel Hernandez case in California? Fernandez, one of the two. Gabriel is a 5-year-old little boy. CPS was involved. The police had been involved multiple times. His mom and step.
We have about 15 of those here in New Mexico that you guys have all heard of on national news.
It's fucking rampant.
And CPS has been involved in all of them. The worst one I remember is this little girl, and I can't think of her name right now. My brain is just, and I know it too because there's a mural of her in town. Her mother in New York. Her mother and his boyfriend made use of her wares for sale on her birthday, where she was unalived during the process, and they gave her meth to make her.
Is this where they jumped off the balcony? They tried to burn her in the bathtub.
They dismembered her and tried to burn her. That's in my home. That's in the city near me. So, and CPS had been involved in that family for years. So this is where I'm saying the state is failing anyway. So I don't know why we rely on them or think that the laws matter. But Stanley is right. He says there's probably nothing the doctors did criminally liable or even tortable. He's probably right because they've written the laws very well to protect doctors from that.
Sounds a lot like qualified immunity. And we're seeing a lot, and I hope Joe Cool's in the chat to hear me say this. We're seeing police hyper-focused on the wrong fucking things. They're all focused on all this shit, but fuck the kids in our nation. What the hell? This is why we are falling as a nation. We refuse to even protect our children when it's obvious. It's insanity. I can't, dude. This shit is triggering the shit out of me. Like, oof. Yeah,
no, and this is the thing. Like, when the state gets involved, a lot of times things actually get worse, because when people start getting away with little things that they're caught on, the bigger things don't seem as far off impossible to get away with. And this is why I am quote unquote Spartan in my beliefs about these things. What happened with this woman is a horrible, horrible thing. No, nobody is condoning it. I believe that the situation should be handled within the family. And if they didn't take care of the kids, then they didn't care enough in the first place in this situation. And if they had taken the kids and then she had found a way to do this anyway, then the family should be the ones to take her and leave her by the tree line. Like,
So yes,
I think the
here's
state
what
being involved now, mind you, if we're going to have a state, I think the state needs to be tyrannical. Otherwise, we have a bunch of idiots voting and creating a system where nothing gets accomplished and the laws only serve the rich. But I'd rather it just be anarchy. I firmly am a believer in watching society's downfall, and I like the idea. Like AVG kept throwing at me, and someone else was doing it recently about um,
oh,
declining birth rates, and I'm all for that. So yeah, I don't see things the way that you other people might. And if you'd like to call it demon cipher, if that makes you feel good, that's fine, because I don't even think we define that word the same. So what you might be calling an insult, I would just be he's a little confused.
there you go, GS. So by the way, I have this link pulled up, or this comment pulled up real quick. Fletch, in the Gabriel Fernandez case, the CPS workers, both the lower tiered ones and their supervisors, were charged. They were criminally charged. And then they were like, actually, if we charge you, it's going to set a precedent. So do better next time. 9 months later, it happened again. Again, same CPS unit let another child get beat to death in their home while they were investigating. And they had been investigating. It's fucking insanity. So, yeah,
my
CPS
late
has been
husband,
investigated. They determined that no, they shouldn't do that.
my late husband is from a small town in New Mexico called Espanola. In the last 3 years, there have been 9 cases of unaliving of children.
Yeah,
Yeah,
GS.
I think we know him well enough. I don't need to ask him to
Yes,
show his
welcome,
face. You'll
GS.
recognize
Good to
his
see you,
voice.
sir.
Um,
GS, I know last night was contentious, but I hope you got my email. Thank you very much for everything. And I always feel bad when I kick people, even if I'm paid to do it. But like, I appreciate you.
All right, I appreciate that. I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation. I'm going to be brushing my dog outside real quick, but have you ever heard of it's a cartoon with Seamus from, he used to be on Tim Pool a lot. He's a cartoonist and he's kind of like a Catholic dude. And he does cartoons and he's got like a new one out about this situation with the babies and how women are kind of reacting to this. It's called Freedom Tunes, and it should be one of his latest cartoons. If you want to, there's no copyright hit on it. I played it the other day. Nothing came up. If you want to,
I,
it's interesting how
I'm a fan of Freedom Tunes. I don't think he would. I've seen it
yeah,
played other places, but I'm not really big on showing a lot of videos. I don't know if you want to like
it's
put a link
like
for us in the back chat, and then I might be willing to. I
I'm on my
can't be looking it
phone.
up right now.
I'm,
Oh,
I'm on my, I'm
yeah.
on my phone currently. I can hop onto my computer here in a minute when I'm done brushing my dog, and then
Oh,
I'll load it
cool.
up for you.
Cool.
Okay.
We'll check it out. Like I've had some good conversation with you, GS. So I'm
Me
looking
too.
forward to what you've got to bring. Um, the thing is
I'll be back. I'll be back.
even when we speak of the unaliving that people call abortion in some circles, um, who are we to at all get involved? We make things worse. The situations get worse when society hones in on individual practice. So, like, I don't know. I have a very mixed up philosophy because I read way too many different things and saw where the cross sections were, and that's kind of where I try to sit. Uh, Joe says that Joe Cool likes to call himself a fence rider, and he's like, well, shit, Nikki's a fence rider too. So no, Cipher. When my husband was alive, I got a mail-in ballot, and he filled out both mine and his. You're going to think this is weird for me to say this, but I don't think women should vote. I think a household should have one vote. Honestly, that's because then they can cancel each other out, and the household should have one leader, so it should have one vote. But that's a whole nother discussion. I do know about wait, Zodiac King? No, Becca, I'll have to look that up. I'll put that in my notes, my little notepad here. I'll look that up later. Um, oh yeah, definitely, Cypher. I'm definitely not the person to make decisions for other people. I only like to make them for myself, and even then, I tend to lean towards, um, well, it used to be my husband and now my partner because I'm not married. Um, no, I agree. On that, Cypher, we definitely agree. But I don't think it's just me. I don't think, um, and this is going to get you some really good clips for somebody who hates me. I really don't think that women should alone have decision making powers. I think we're far too affected by chemicals that our bodies create that vary too greatly, not even from day to day, but minute to minute naturally. I don't think we were designed for that. We're designed for instant decisions in an emergency. Like women are really good, and this is why they made such great nurses for so long, as opposed to doctors. Doctors are better at like sitting and puzzling out a puzzle over time and figuring out like cause and effect. And some women are good at that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not doing an every man, every woman thing here. We're talking generalities. But women are really good in that instant, okay, let's put the quick fix on this and get it so that they're not bleeding out until I can get them to the hospital kind of thing. They just are. I think it comes from child rearing because kids, are clumsy, right? You have kids, Cypher, kids are clumsy. So women are nurturing in that way and can handle like a split second decision. But if you give them 2 weeks to make a decision about whether they want you to take them for an anniversary dinner, every day of that 2 weeks, you're going to get a different answer to the question. And you better pick the right one when you make the damn reservation. And you're better off just not asking her and picking one you like and making sure that she gets great service. And yes, I'm prattling, Cypher. That was kind of the point. You asked a question, so I answered it. Denison's sleeping. Generally Specific is walking his dog. And Beth has things to do today. So, I mean, if you'd like to hear another voice, you can come up and talk to me or you can listen to me. That was kind of the point today, was that I was going to come up and prattle, hoping people would respond to me about the Clancy case. I mean, we can talk about other things if that makes you happier. And of
To,
course I'm prattling. I'm a woman. It's when you men prattle that it's inappropriate.
I'm actually brushing my dog, but it's okay. I
Oh,
mean,
I heard that wrong. I heard that
yeah,
wrong. But you're caring for your creature.
yes, absolutely. Who's right now trying to have blood sports with the rooster, which is kind of funny because the dog thinks, I guess he's about 80-pound German Shepherd. He thinks he's playing with the rooster, and the rooster wants to like peck his eyes out. It's kind of funny. Come here, Shadow. But yeah, I mean, I didn't want to interrupt in your flow of thought, but I mean, I don't know a whole lot about the Clancy case other than kind of what I've briefly seen, that there's some women seem to be losing their minds about this. They're like, there's some weird solidarity. And sorry, that's my rooster. um, eh, I don't. I guess I'd have to do a little bit more looking into it to have like an informed opinion. But is it possible that there's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B, that maybe there can be some gray shown all the way around, or maybe some understanding gleaned?
Oh, absolutely. I live for the dialectic. Dichotomies are really hard to live in. They box you up too much. I live for the dialectic. And so I do want to make perfectly clear that the views I express are just my own thoughts and ideas. They're not some prescribed notion. I'm not running for any political office. I don't have influence with any politicians. There's no need to worry about me having crazy, weird political ideas because they're mine. There might be a few people out there who identify me on some things and not on others, and that's okay, because that's why I like to have discourse, because I can learn from you and you can learn from me, even if it's what we don't want to know. Like, I can learn from you things that, okay, yeah, based on the way he described it, I really don't want anything to do with that. Or, hey, that really attracted to me to what they're doing, and the same for me. So I don't know. There's a lot of judgment in the idea of it's either this or that. And I'm with you, GS, about the gray areas. I think there's always gray. Like I said, there are some women who can make those kind of long-term calculated decisions. It's just a generic idea of the whole of my experience. And Joe, get your ass up here. As Den would say, don't fucking woo bang at me from my chats, Joe. If you're
I would,
on my channel, come over to Culture Corrections to Beth's. You know Beth's channel. And the link is there. But
um,
yeah.
again, I'm trying not to interrupt you. I do apologize, but for the record, I mean, I think I've my viewpoints on uh, roosters is really changing because they're loud and annoying. That one gets smuggled in, by the way. We're not really supposed to have roosters, but anyway, that's a long story short. Um, I kind of started off being like pro-choice, being like, it's a woman decision, no ovaries, no whatever. I mean, a long time ago, and then I kind of was like pro-life, and I think pro-life doesn't really cover my thoughts. I think my ideology, if anyone was curious about where I line up with this, would be I'm more for the abolition of it completely. I do not want I do not want to see a child punish an innocent child that should be in the most protected place in the universe for it would be the mother's womb. And that's my opinion on it. That's my viewpoint on it. And I'm for the abolition of slavery. I'm for the abolition of abortion. I'm sorry, abortion. That's kind of where I'm at.
Well, that's awesome for you. But the case we're talking about, particularly today, I mean, this would be some late term, whatever. Um, if
Right. So
only
I guess
that.
my
But
my
so
my
so
point
here's
my
the
well my point would be that if I don't even want it to be happening in the womb, let alone outside the womb.
well, here's the connection that we might draw here from the pro life, pro choice conversation is, um, like, is the availability of pro choice options reflected in society in things like this, where as the women, these feminists who are arguing for her, have already taken a stance for what you would call murder. And so in this case, they can also make an excuse for it. Like, are you seeing like a snowball effect from allowing excuses for unaliving in the womb to allowing excuses for unaliving 3 separate children from her body? No, Cypher, I don't believe that, but some people do. Some people think her husband did it, and I hope Becca comes up and talk to us about that because she's been watching that more than me. But what do you think, GS? Do you think that maybe the availability of pro-choice options has kind of opened a door that slippery slope? Now we've got feminists defending this as well.
Yeah, I would tend to. Who was it? Who was the Rick Santorum said? If we let the schmexuals the marry, next thing you know, it's going to be animals and children, and the slippery slope. I know that sounds pretty extreme, but everyone mocked him at the time and said, "No, it's ridiculous." But now we got minor attracted peoples. You mentioned the slippery slope, and I
Well,
think there might
yeah,
be. Yeah, there might
there's that,
be.
and then you have I read articles, at least 3 of them in the last couple of years, of people actually marrying their pets, like cats, dogs, people who think they're cats, dogs, children who think they're cats, dogs, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So to your point about the slippery slope, in many areas, not just the schmexuality situation. I'm trying to be real careful about my words, not trying to get you guys like shadow banned or blocked or whatever. Uh, yeah, I mean, I think your point about the slippery slope is well made, personally.
Well, because like I'm pro-choice all the way. I'm pro quality of life over quantity is how I see it. And choice is subjective. Den and I have had enough debates that I don't even believe in my own choices anymore, and that's why Cypher I should not be in charge of voting. You're right. I don't care if she gets punished by the law or not. I'll be clear with that. I'm not a proponent of what we call retributive justice. I don't think, or I don't think it sets anybody to rights. I don't think you can in cases like this. There's no way to set anybody who's a victim of this crime to rights. Not the children, not their other family members, not the woman herself, not what I do believe, if we're going to have a society, is maybe society should be protected from her. And whether that's in a mental institution or a prison, I really don't care because they're kind of same, really. I mean, realistically, she's going to be heavily medicated throughout either way. Um, I don't know what other consequence there can be is other than to separate her from society because she's obviously a danger to herself and others, right?
So your statement was you don't believe in retributive justice or like a reaction to an action kind of is that
Oh,
meaning you don't think she should be
action reaction, I'm fine with that. It's this after the fact, um, dialogued and discussed and litigated retributive justice. Like, oh, we want justice for so and so. Like, we're going to get something back out of losing this person by harming another person. And I just don't see that as a real solution. It's not, you're not getting those kids back.
well, I mean the term retribution is, from the past into like the whatever is happening in the moment. So you mentioned that you're pro-choice, like unequivocally pro-choice. Um, now, do you believe that in the event of a grape that a woman should be able to abort that child? Then I don't want to assume, but
I almost wish you hadn't mentioned that because I have personal experience with that. And I'm
well,
going to
don't
tell you that
see.
I'm going to
Here's
tell you I've never had an abortion. I said that already on this
okay.
stream.
So respectfully, this is the reason why it's hard for men and women to have conversations, because men try to ask about ideas or ideology or events or big things, and women personalize it far too often. That's why people get their hurt feelings. Do not personalize this.
Right. No. So
Other
that's what I
than
was saying.
your
I wish you hadn't because it hits too close to home. But what I do want to say is I am pro choice for any reason. It doesn't
okay.
have to be the few select reasons that someone like Beth might support it.
But you said that you don't believe in retroactive justice,
Retributive. It's okay. So
retributive.
retribution is okay. You
But
stole five
retro
cows from
meaning,
me. I'm gonna go
but
take 5 cows from you.
right. But retro meaning you're responding to something that's already happened with a current or potentially future action, right?
Yes,
Retribution.
yes, as opposed
But-
to immediate reaction. I'm an immediate reaction person. If her husband had come home and rather than calling an ambulance had
Okay,
done
no,
something
but
to
I
her,
want
I
to.
don't think he would have been guilty.
I don't know enough about the actual case to really. I'm just trying to have a discussion about your opinion about retribution, and I'm trying to bring it back to pro-choice, because you mentioned the horse is way out of the barn, with according to what you're saying, and I agree the horse is well out of the barn, meaning the children, not to equate them to horses.
No,
um
I get what you're saying, metaphor.
so I mean, I'm just trying to drill down on, like, I don't have a firm opinion on what you should do or shouldn't do. That's not where I'm going with this. I'm just trying to have a conversation. In order for me to be understood, I have to first seek to understand you. And that's what I'm trying to do. So you're, and again, I'm not trying to like straw man you or anything like that. I'm just trying to understand. It's not a gotcha, even though it might feel like it. So hopefully you're not being defensive right now. Um, do you think that aborting a baby, who is a product of grape, wouldn't you say that that's retributive or retroactive justice for the woman, but against the most innocent party? I mean, I believe in sentencing the rapist to death, not the
Well,
baby.
it's a preventative measure. for the harm
but
that will come to her in the future. I don't see it as retribution for what he did in the past. She's not, oh, I'm going to take out his baby to harm him. That's not the thought. The thought is preventing future harm to oneself. And I believe that even though we can't plan the future, because man plans, God laughs, right? I mean, we all know
yes.
that. I've experienced it enough times to know. So, but we can still prepare. You don't have to plan to prepare. And when you're looking at future harm and preventing it, I firmly believe in that. If you can mitigate your own future harm through your decisions, I think that's what you should do. It,
So
in the
so
case of these children that you're talking about, quite often the situation becomes quality again over quantity, like I stated before, where what kind of life is an unwanted child going to have? And I'm not even going to just stick it to the GRAPE that you want to do, right? The grapes and vines. Let's just say unwanted child, period. What kind of life, comparatively to a healthy life, what kind of life, what we consider a healthy life, what
right.
kind of life is an unwanted child going to have? Is it going to have a high quality
Yeah.
life or a low quality life? That's where the deciding factor comes for me, not quantity, not should it live, should it die. What kind of life am I bringing it into? If I'm then this isn't my story, but it's a lot of women's story. If I'm a prostitute, this is metaphor. If a woman's a prostitute on the street, hooked on drugs, and the child is going to be born addicted and not be well supported unless the mother continues to prostitute, and trust me, women who get down and low in prostitution, in order to do it, you probably got to do drugs, right? It's not a high feeling to be in that position, right? We're not talking about the modest numbers of high price escorts here. We're talking about the street hooker, right? If that woman becomes pregnant and is forced to carry a child, what kind of life does that child? Even if the state takes it, look at our state systems. Is that a high quality life that we're creating? Well,
Okay.
Stanley, we make decisions about our future always on likely, not will. Do you make
So
a savings for retirement just because you're not? Do you say, "Oh, I'm not going to save for retirement," Stanley? You, Stanley, specifically. "Oh, I'm not going to save for retirement because I might not live that long anyway." We don't think that way. We still plan, or at least
so
prepare, even if we're not fully planning.
so
I'm
you're
sorry, GS. I didn't know you were going to speak.
oh no, I mean I'm sorry. I've been trying to respond to what you said here for a minute. I do apologize. So I guess my confusion is you mentioned about the elimination or the reduction in future harms, like as being penultimate to the life of an innocent baby. I'm just curious.
So again, I really wanted to discuss this case, and I hope other people come up who want to, but I'm going to
Are
kind
you?
of bring it back to the case just a little
Can
bit
you?
to answer your question.
Can you? Can you hear
I
me?
believe, yes, and I believe, I'm going to bring it back to the case a little bit to answer your question. I believe even what she did was her decision to make. I don't believe the state should be involved in it, and I've already said that. I think it's a family situation, especially under these circumstances. Um, as I understand
So
them. So
so
you're asking me to clarify a position I've clarified over and over again, GS. So if I sound
well,
frustrated,
I've not. No, I'm
I'm
not trying to
taking it
frustrate you.
personal.
I'm just
It's just that you don't know that I've clarified this over and over again. I've clarified this
right, but
in a
you're having a
different way,
conversation with
ABG.
me, not people you've already talked to that might not even be in the
Right.
chat.
But if I
So I
sound
do apologize and
frustrated,
ask for a little bit of grace. Um,
yeah, I'm trying. But if I sound frustrated, don't take it personal, please. It's not that you're
well, I
asking
don't
these
think you're
questions.
frustrated at all.
It's that
I'm
I've
just,
answered
see,
this
there's a
so
reason why I'm
many
asking
times.
questions. There's a reason why I ask every question I ask. There's a reason, there's an entailment, there's a follow on. And I feel like, I feel like you're afraid that I'm going to get to the destination and it might change your whole worldview. And you're afraid of that. So you're trying to slam the brakes on every time I hit the gas pedal. And,
If you could change my
respectfully,
whole world, WGS, that would be awesome. I change it quite regularly
Okay,
based
fair
on
enough.
evidence in
But
front of me.
you gotta let me.
I'm
You
an
gotta let me.
evidence-based person.
You've already said all the stuff you've already said. So why do you keep interrupting me to say it again and then get annoyed because you have to say it again? Don't stop saying it. I've heard it the first 3 times. All right, I'm moving on now. So if your argument is preventing future harm is the penultimate goal and that should be thought of, well, first off, I don't know if anyone has a crystal ball. I mean, that baby being born, even out of that whole situation, could be the best thing that ever happened to that woman. I mean, that
Yeah,
baby could grow up to cure cancer. I mean, that baby
yeah.
could grow up to, to make some huge breakthrough. But we'll never know because you're saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong. And again, I'm not trying to corner you, but why do you even risk walking out your door without layering yourself in bubble wrap? Because there you might fall and trip and skin your knee on the sidewalk. That's dangerous. What about the future harm to yourself?
That was so disingenuous. You have
No,
to
it's
weigh
not.
things, and I said
You
that. And I told you
what
you
you
have to
don't.
weigh things. I specifically said that it is a private decision between the parties involved, and things have to be weighed, and that you have to weigh the
Yes, but you
possible
also
future harm
said
against gains. You have
right,
to do that, and it's a
right.
personal
Yeah, I
decision. I
heard
can't
you.
make it for you.
Right,
Well, then
but
why do
here's
you
the
keep
thing.
asking me the same
You
question,
said
only trying to rephrase
you
it?
said you said that
I
women.
repeat myself. You've asked me the same
I'm
question
sorry,
about
Witchy. I
50
didn't.
times, only rephrasing it. And I'm not
Am I
here to be
lagging?
interviewed.
Am I lagging?
No, you're
Or,
talking while I'm talking, and I'm not stopping just because you started.
oh, okay. You're a boss babe. Okay, you're one of those feminist fists in the air. Got it. I understood what I'm dealing with now. Okay. No, I get it. I get it. You're a boss babe.
So
Go
I'm
ahead. Do
here
your.
running a panel for an idea that I had that I wanted to discuss, and you're here trying to interview me about a topic I've already made my opinions very publicly clear about, and I'm not in the mood to be interviewed on. So if you'd like to discuss the case, if you'd like to discuss the other case that I brought up, the Karen Reed case, if
I'm
you'd like to
discussing
discuss
your
how
argument. I'm discussing your argument about not believing in retributive justice. That's what I'm digging into. You brought it up, lady. Lady, I'm discussing what you brought up just literally 10 minutes ago. True or false? Did you not say
you are
you don't believe in retributive
You are
justice?
not. You're
Yes or no?
asking me qualify. You are not. You are asking me qualifying questions about a stance I've already publicly stated. You are not asking me about my opinions about retributive justice. You only asked once if I thought the two were the same, and I answered no. That I don't believe that pro-choice solutions have anything to do with uh, retributive justice. And there's somebody named Frank backstairs. I don't know this person, and this is not my channel, Frank. So don't get your feelings hurt that I'm gonna go ahead and
Hang
figure
on.
out
I know
this
Frank.
media
I know
thing.
Frank.
Okay,
I know
okay.
Frank.
Never mind. I'll
Frank,
just let them up then.
Witchy. Frank does a crime channel. He's gonna know everything about this case.
Cypher,
Probably.
is that you? Talk so I know it's you, please.
Yeah, it's me.
Hey,
Thank
Hi,
you,
Cypher.
Cypher.
Welcome, Frank. Good to
hey,
see you
Beth.
again, sir.
I heard Karen Reed. I was like, I need to jump on.
Well,
I
I'm
was
trying
cleaning
to
my
look at this
bathroom and came
connection
running.
between Karen Reed and Clancy because the protesters, some of them are the same women. The protest methods are the same. And it's like this feminist support of women who unalive people.
Always has been the same.
Yeah, feminism is a death cult.
No,
So
not,
why
not,
are we
not, not
surprised?
necessarily that. It just always has been the same.
Oh, I wasn't tagging along with what you said. I was making a separate statement, which is that feminism is in fact a death cult.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's your opinion and not the opinions of me or the channel, but that's
I
okay.
don't
I don't know what
care
Beth's
what
opinion
your
is.
Shit, that's
opinion
not even
is.
my
All you
opinion.
do is talk about how you can justify murdering children.
That's not all I do. You guys ask me questions about those things consistently
You've been
because
doing for the last half hour that I've
you
been
get
watching.
some
Dude, how
thrill
many
out of it,
millions
Cypher.
and millions of children has God murdered? I mean, get over it.
Yeah, the point is that we should not be shedding their innocent blood.
Now, Cypher, if you want to have the
Innocent
discussion that we're trying
blood.
to have
I
about this trial, I'm not going to sit here and have another abortion debate with you guys. I'm not
No, I
interested in
know.
that. If that's what you want, you may as well
Listen,
just leave before I kick you.
Nancy
Pretty
murdered
simple.
her children. She needs to go through the penal system, the justice system, and face whatever consequences are doled out. I don't know why you would want to sit around and gossip about a woman who's on trial for murdering her 3 children.
I'm talking about the protesters outside the trial. I'm talking about
Okay.
the connections to feminisms that
Sure.
these protesters have. You're coming up and
Exactly.
making blank
Which is what I just said,
that are
that feminism is a
accusatory
death cult.
about
And
feminism.
you are actually a
that.
figurehead of it. Just so you know. You are like right there at the spears, the tip of the spear, charging into the arguments, advocating for a mother being allowed to kill her newborn children. You, in fact, said that you were Spartan. Yes. Beth, don't shake your head
No,
like
no,
she
no.
didn't
What
say it.
I have a
She
different.
said that she's a Spartan
I
and that
agree with
she
you. I have
would
a.
be
I'm thinking of
justified
something
in
different, dude.
killing her own children if they were born deformed or otherwise malformed. She believes that she, as a mother, should have the right to kill her child in her own arms.
Please
couldn't
watch
do
your
that.
words.
People
This
coming
is
up here
Beth's
defending
channel.
this
Cypher,
position.
I know you don't
What
like
the
me.
fuck is
I know
wrong
you don't
with
like me, but
people?
watch your words. This is
What
Beth's
is
channel.
wrong with you? You demonically influenced woman.
Hold
You
on.
should be
Oh
silent.
my
You
god.
should repent.
And that was the end of Cypher for today's show. He can come back when it's Beth's show and not my show, because I'm not going to sit here and have him use words that could get Beth in trouble. I'll listen to you yell at me, Cypher. I'll listen to you disrespect me because I put myself out here for that. I will not sit here and listen to you disrespect Beth's channel with words that you know are going to trigger things. And it's not okay. It's not okay because this is not
What
this
did
is
he
a
say?
borrowed channel. If you want to come one of these days when I'm alone on my own channel and yell at me like that, Cypher, fine. But if you can't respect Beth's panel when I let you back on the stage, and watch your words, not your attitude, not your opinion of me, your specific words that you know trigger the algorithm, and you're smart enough to know them, Cypher, you're not an idiot. If you can stop using the K word, if you can stop using other words, Beth will let you back up when she's done with what she has to say.
I want to point out. No, you did not break TOS, but we all know like there's trigger words that we gotta look. I don't agree with it. I think YouTube is far too stringent, and it's bullshit. Okay, it's bullshit, plain and simple. I can say bullshit, but we can't say murder. Okay, bullshit. Cypher, what I'm shaking my head at is none of this is meant to gossip about a woman who unalived her children. I think that there are actually a lot of very deep aspects of this that as a society we should be talking about. We absolutely should be talking about this stuff. Is it okay for doctors to be pumping all of these medications out knowing the risks? Because when they try to prescribe them, shit pops up at the pharmacy that says, hey, these shouldn't be taken together. And your doctors, they're looking it up in their computer when they prescribe it, and warning flags go up. They know what they're doing. Let's talk about freaking asylums, depression, freaking
I worked in
families.
a couple of them.
Families be more involved. What about the CPS units? How maybe they need to be pushed harder, investigated harder, and held to a higher standard than that which they are, because far too many babies are being unalived by their horrific mothers. And that's my stance. Okay? So please, sir, Cypher, I have nothing but respect for you. Now, Frank, real quick, I want to give a second because I'm sure Cypher's got a mouthful. Have you done a lot of research on the
His response is eat my ass and blow me a kiss, fucker.
Okay.
You know what, Frank?
talking
Have
about
a
Cypher,
chance
not
to-
you, not you,
Can we
Frank.
let Frank have a chance to get in
Hallelujah,
before if you let
praise
Cypher
Jesus.
back up?
Yes,
No,
please.
I
would
think
love
it is
Frank to
interesting
speak.
because I worked in mental health institution and I work with postpartum depression. So, but I
And he
guess
has
I
a
don't.
crime channel.
But I guess I don't have a say in this really complex situation. So a lot of
Sure
people
you do.
just bitch and moan like, "Oh yeah, she shouldn't kill." Obviously, it's not a justification to kill our children, but there's a large complex situation behind that. And when people just scream like, "Oh, she shouldn't have done that," you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Period. End of story. So go ahead. I would like an earful. Tell me I'm wrong. Love it.
I Candy, say something so I know it's you.
Beaner.
Beaner,
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 beaner.
beaner. Okay, go ahead, Frank. Sorry.
That is essentially it. Because they have such a justification of judging people because that is what makes them feel good. Because, that is same thing. You mentioned Karen Reed, right? Same concept. Same
Yeah, like,
concept.
well, and it's so similar in that like Reed did a almost confession and Clancy did an almost confession, and then these people come out from the creators and social medias and put
Fuck 'em.
so much doubt into everything. Like, we don't even need to have mainstream media brainwashing everybody anymore. These clout chasers out here on the internet are fucking changing courtroom decisions.
And they're poisoning a jury pool. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they're affecting courtroom decisions by opinions and conjecture. And I guess this will play back into the Wilson thing later if somebody wants to, because Candace is doing the same kind of thing. Like, what we're seeing now is huge profits to be made off of jumping onto these cases and throwing out some wild, wacky theory, and everybody trying to prove you right instead of trying to prove you wrong.
Exactly. But Cypher is back. I would love to have a discussion with her. Let's go.
Can I jump in here for a second?
AC, you got the floor. Hi, Candy.
Oh, I hadn't seen Frank in a minute. I wanted to see how he was doing. How's it going, Frank?
Okay, what about you? What do you have to say now? Because I don't know you.
You don't know me?
No,
Are
I
you
don't.
sure you don't know me?
Nope.
No?
Okay.
Do
Let me
you
guess.
need a
You're
little
gonna bring up.
refresher as to how you know me?
Oh, let me guess. You're gonna be a classic and bring up Delphi, right?
What's
AC,
up,
are you coming
Delphire?
here? Are you coming here to troll my guests?
I don't know who
A
you
little
are.
bit.
AC.
Well, I'll give
See, here's the
you
thing.
I'll give you 3 minutes, so get it
Okay.
out quick.
Bring it up.
So Frank here likes to go after people's channels when he gets his ass handed to him. When it got put out there that he was a deplorable person who was showing, kids
Told ya.
autopsies pictures. I understand he's got a crime channel, but can you pull up what's in the basement? I have something to show. When he was kind of run off of the shit show, the shit show, Nikki, right?
I knew
The
it.
shit show, right? Right.
Oh my god.
Right.
Okay,
I mean, like his way of silencing people was to go after them with in the basement. There's another picture. to show.
AC, stop for just a second. I'll give you your time back. That I'm taking. Before I pull this up, this is not my channel alone. This is my friend Beth's. This is not a doxing
Understand
document, is it?
No, I don't think so. Why would it be a doxing document?
Well, because sometimes the documents you guys get that are receipts have information on them that isn't blacked out, and I don't want to get involved with that.
Okay,
Well,
hang on.
can I
I'm
explain it
here.
really
I'm
simply?
here. Time out. It's my channel.
I mean,
Hi, AC. It's good to see you, sir. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing
hey,
well.
Beth, how's it going? The email, it's an email is basically what it is, where Frank here is threatening that he's gonna go and teach me a lesson, is what it is. So it's an
I don't
email.
even know you.
So, Beth, let me
but you
throw out a
do
little
know me.
history here before you make a decision, okay? I know you know Frank.
I just met
He-
Frank recently,
Yeah,
and I have a
okay,
good
AC
rapport with him.
AC is
No,
my
that's
guy
fine.
from years. Like, this is
I
my
know
eye
Yeah, Beth
candy,
knows me.
my guy. And if he's saying this guy threatened to take down his channel, that's kind of messed up. And if he's going to make an accusation, if he has receipts, maybe we should show it. But I kind of feel weird because this is like my drama community bleeding into your drama community, and I don't know if you're okay with that.
I have
Right.
no
So
idea.
I wanna
Frank
lay
is
out-
how-
I'd like
Frank is
to be very clear. I've had great rapport with AC from Dusty's channel, and I've met Frank, and I've had fabulous rapport since he popped up over here. I just met him not that long ago, and I find our conversations to be mentally stimulating and interesting, and I like talking.
But if he's
about
threatening
stuff.
to pull a DSD on
Yeah.
people, Because we just went through that.
Right. My channel just went through that exactly. So if there's a history, I mean, like, look, if you're trying to hold, we're both trying to put Denny up and take it. I clicked up and you clicked down at the same time.
Dennison, what's up, Dennison? And
here's my thing. Here's my thing is I am happy to take information into consideration and put it like in the filings. On the same note, I would seriously hope that Frank and I never reach that point or that he would not do that. However, it would, I'd be aware, but I've had nothing but good rapport with Frank the time that I've known him. And
the question is,
I can easily
last thing. Frank, you will have the absolute opportunity to defend yourself.
No, it's fine. No. The thing is that I don't need to defend myself anyways. Because the reason why I did what I did and what AC is not going to tell you is that AC is a defender of child murderers. And if I didn't know him, it was probably because of
this is
that.
great.
Because to be honest, to my recollection, I do not know who you are.
I just want to know, who's a child murderer again?
Richard Allen.
Who the fuck is that?
I have no idea who you are, because if you're going to talk about the Delphi case...
Wait, hold on. You just said I was a defender of child
dude,
murder.
you already talk way too much.
I'm sorry. How do you know me but then don't know me? I'm confused.
But you are talking about me, and I told you that I don't know you, so there's only one...
Did this guy threaten your channel or somebody else's channel?
Well, he's threatening me. So
I don't know you.
If you don't want to show it, that's fine.
If he's threatening you, we'll pull it up, because that's the. I'm sorry, Beth. You can get mad at me.
Frank goes.
Hello, AC. This is AC.
I just want to be absolutely sure.
I like AC and I like Frank. By all means.
Right,
yeah, that's me.
You remember writing this? Do you remember writing this? I mean, this is almost a year ago now. You said, thank you for having me on. I want one more thing clear. Well, because you're serious, right? I take things serious. Oh, there you go. You're serious. And I don't tolerate disrespect. You showed up at a channel called The Shit Show, and you didn't think that people are going to run their fucking mouths the way that they run their fucking mouths.
Is this the email that you're pushed out about?
We're not done there. You said tomorrow I'll be going live, and I've been through tougher situations before. Wait a minute, that was a year ago. Did you ever go live? Did you ever do your expose on one AC?
Oh, wow.
I don't know. Did you? And I'll be doing things my way. You'll soon see what I bring to the table. You mean like when you were showing autopsy pictures of children? Is that what you're talking about, Frank? You remember when you did that? When you took pictures that were not out to the public, but you definitely showed them, didn't you?
Yeah, because I am the one who leaked them, right? You know there was an entire separate investigation.
Did you leak them? Did you leak them?
No,
were you the leaker?
No.
Okay.
And that was the entire story, and you forgot about that because I knew it was about Delphi that you were gonna say.
But
and did you show that entire episode where you did that accusation?
That wasn't even going at you on there.
Oh, yeah.
But let's finish. This isn't a threat. It's a promise. Your channel will feel the impact, not because of hostility, but because you've pushed me to a level of motivation I haven't felt in a long time. We'll see how things unfold. Stay tuned. Yet a year later, the shit show is still on the fucking air.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah. So once again, you may have a crime channel. However, you are a deplorable person who likes to show images of children on their autopsy pictures.
God.
For the fact of money, right?
Well, I mean, he does a true. I'm going to jump in here, AC. He does a true crime channel. We're not going to jump on content like that. But, however, you calling someone, making legal accusations against someone in a public forum, Frank, doesn't look so great. So now, can we wrap up the fact that, okay, Frank threatened AC's channel. AC doesn't like Frank. And talk about the topic I wanted to talk about now, AC, because I really keep getting distracted with all the dramas and everywhere. And we're clear, AC. I don't trust Frank. Sorry, Frank. It's nothing personal, but AC is I gotta
Fine.
give credit where it's due. He's been really good at pointing out dangers to me out here. So
Yeah, he's got the followers, so I can kind of get why you.
but I do want to talk to you about the case, just not about this other stuff. And
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm not
And-
friends
and-
with Nikki because of my following. I have
Sure you
ties
don't.
to Nikki from when I first jumped onto YouTube, and we
I'm not even
go
subbed
back
to
a while.
AC's channel. I had to sub to comment in
sh-
it the other day. That's the hilarity of it. Okay, do you know
Yeah,
this
so
Francine Beth? Oh, she went away. Okay. Oh, that's who it is. Yeah, we can do that. And okay, so now that that's over, Cypher, I'm going to let you back up. But if you just start with all the ad hom again and you don't want to discuss the issues at hand, you won't come back up again.
Here we go again.
He's a friend of Beth's, so I'm trying to be kind. He is a friend of the channel.
Yes,
I
and
do
beware
like
of
Cypher.
him. Yes,
I
and
do like
beware-
Cypher very much. He's a nice guy.
And yes, beware of her. Francine is fake all around. Just backing up AC. He's a delusional individual and will strike your channel. Be very aware.
Great.
Well, that's why I said I don't trust him after AC showed that, because me and Beth just went through this. We were trying to do a show together, and DSD struck Beth's channel, and I don't find that attractive in any creator.
I just had to fight a
Great
strike.
though.
It was horrible. Holy shit. But I won. I won, bitches. I got to say some hellos real quick.
She
Hello
actually
to the
appeared
Bully Stroll
attracted.
Patrol, Texas Bully Mom in the house, the Emperor, the Chatter King, Insane Wheels, Mikey Balls. Let me tell you something. I got to meet Mikey Balls in person in Nashville. He is an awesome guy, and he's got a really nice car too. Like, it's badass. Agrolopolis, it's great to see you, sir. I'm so glad you could pop in. El Pero, welcome to the panel. AVG, nothing but love. My non-friend, whatever the hell you are, I still love you. And but it's okay. They don't have to know we're actually friends. It's okay. And Cypher, also, dude, I understand you did not break TOS. All right, it was just I took it as a temperature check. I keep stepping away, and the only thing I wanted to say was, like I said, I think that there are aspects. It's not so much about gossiping about these people that are doing this. There's a lot of aspects to what's happening that I think our culture and our society needs to fucking check really hard. And we're not. We're just
I
putting on
agree.
blinders and doing
I
what
agree.
the doctor says.
Yeah, we're putting on blinders and we are murdering millions of children over the course of the past several decades.
Yes.
That abortion has
Or
been
Mr.
prolific
13.
all across our country. And then you have people on your panel like Witchy who are saying that she is Spartan.
Let me correct you there. This isn't her panel. I borrowed her channel. We have an arrangement. This is my show.
Witchy, I don't
You're
care.
on my panel now, Cypher. I
Wait,
want
don't-
that clear.
Okay, I joined.
This
through-
isn't about Beth letting me up on her panel. This is about my show. So
Right.
don't accuse her of some sort of guilt by association because her and I have a business arrangement that's none of your business.
I was
If
responding
we-
to her. Now I will respond to you.
Real
You
quick before
said
you do,
earlier-
Cypher, hang on. Before you respond to her, I personally think that it's very important that we hear people out who don't share our views, even if it's just so that we know how to fight those views better. And that's why I will platform everybody.
Sure.
Did
I
Frank and El
already
Pero
heard her
leave?
views. I already heard her views. I would like an opportunity to respond to her.
All yours,
I
sir.
believe that she should be absolutely studied from like a psychiatric standpoint, because the notion that she expressed earlier that she would be justified in unaliving her own children if they were to be born deformed or malformed in some way because she's Spartan. That is what she said here on this panel right now, Witchy. That is what you said. You said that what women do with their own children is their business, meaning that they can unalive their own children and you would look the other way. My friend, that is a demonically influenced mindset to think that you can unalive a child simply because it doesn't meet the standards that you place upon it. or the idea that you believe in the future it might experience suffering that you don't want it to go through, so you are then justified in ending its life? It's absolutely insane. It's despicable. And the fact that anyone would allow you to even get close to a polling booth is crazy to me, which is all the more reason why we need to reform the 19th Amendment, and people like you need to be expressly forbidden from ever holding any political power or expressing a vote ever again.
Okay. And that's just like your opinion, man. I need that fucking clip to play right now. That's just like your opinion, man.
Yeah, my opinion.
Can you say it better? But I said it
people
first.
dying like yours does. You're a sick person.
Everybody dies, Cypher.
Wow,
Who gets
I think
out alive?
that's a bit of a push. Are you not thinking that's a bit of a push?
Oh, it's always a bit of a push with these people, AC. You should hear the way they yell over me
I
usually.
think someone taking something that's very generalized and saying like, that's your kid. You can do what a mother's going to do or father's going to do what they want with their kids. I think is a little generalized. You're trying to push this. You're trying to strong arm the argument.
No, she said that she can end her child's life if it doesn't meet her standards. She's sick.
No, AC, you missed the part where I said that they could leave them out by the
whole
tree line.
abortion argument. Is this what this is?
They really want to have this argument with me every time I discuss anything, AC, because they're so dead set on proving I'm evil to the world, and it's detracting against Cypher.
After the child is
Bro,
born.
shut the fuck
Don't
up
lie
when
now.
she's talking. You fucking lunatic.
Use that mute button, Nikki.
So again, what?
Just for anyone who's coming in today, excuse me, I'm taking care of. Hang on, I'm doing housekeeping.
Beth is talking.
For anyone coming in, welcome to Culture Corrections. It is my channel. Today, I am platforming my good friend Nikki, and I am allowing her to run the conversation. She picked the topic. She wanted to talk about the Reed and the Clancy cases and how things run in our society. And, taking a deeper look at this. This topic has now gone way far off into the weeds. And I think everyone would appreciate it if we could bring it the fuck back and calm it the fuck down a little bit. Please make sure that you are donating. Please help support my channel and subscribe. I am less than 100 subs away from being monetized. That's super important for me and my family.
Honestly,
also,
share her channel out.
Dono to Nikki. Nikki, like I said, this was her brainchild today. She wanted to run this topic. We're going to get back to this topic. Please feel free to dono to either or both of us.
I hope you
Cypher.
never monetize.
Why
Cypher, please. Denizen, please. All right,
Couldn't even get the housekeeping. Come on, dude.
I can't. Beth, he just told you I hope you're never monetized. He's not on my panel anymore today. He can come back when it's your panel again. Period.
Okay, cool beans. That's fucked up, Cypher. Just because I platform other opinions, dude. Like, if you don't hear what the other side, who you consider to be your enemies, okay? If you don't hear their positions, you're not going to know how to fight them, and you're going to look like an idiot when you try to stand up to them. So I'm glad that you hope I'm never monetized. Bye-bye. Fuck off.
Could I have a second, please? A minute or two?
Yeah. Welcome in, 10th man.
Because, listen, I was on a phone call for the last few hours. I saw you guys go live. Then I started getting a lot of messages. And so now I'm here. And I wasn't going to come because I was watching the chat and kind of popping in and out when I would mute on my phone call. I'm just trying to get an idea what's going on. And I'm not happy. Because I didn't want to come up here for this conversation because I don't want to scream at people. So, Nikki, can I ask you a couple questions, please?
10th, I've been nothing but asked questions today. Go for it.
So I'm just trying to understand something. So, because trust me, you know how I work, right? I'm going to ask questions of both sides. That's why I wish Cypher was here, because I
But
would like
that's
to ask
not.
him some
Those aren't
questions as well.
sides of this.
Pardon me?
Why did
Those
Ike?
aren't the
Why did
sides of
Ike
this
get blocked?
conversation.
Okay.
Excuse me. Excuse
I'll
me.
be just
what?
quiet
Why
then.
did
We'll
Wait,
go.
why
stop,
did
Tenth.
Why did Ike get timed out? Whoever Ike, I'm fixing it right now.
He should be modded
Yes, he's about to be
Yeah.
He's being set as a moderator.
because he is very volatile at
Yeah.
times, as well as am I, and we can't have our friends being timed out over nonsense.
I'm fixing it right now,
Yeah.
Ike.
Oh,
I
I'm not.
apologize, sir.
I'm not critiquing. I'm just saying.
I know. I'm trying. I'm trying to get a message to him right now. If you don't mind, Ike. I don't know who put you in timeout. I've changed it to 10 seconds, and I've given you a wrench, sir. You have most certainly earned one here at my channel. Texas Bully Mom. Same thing. I don't know why that just happened. I'm assuming it's Cypher going on a rampage. He doesn't have a mod.
Was he a
He
mod?
no longer.
Oh.
He doesn't have a wrench anymore. He's done. Everyone who just got put in timeout, that was Cypher. I'm fixing it right now. Raging Patriot, you are
Oy
another one.
vey, the Christian values.
Wait, no, the
know.
funny part is somebody in the chat tried to tell me you mute, you lose, and I'm not playing a game, so there is no winning and losing, right? I'm just trying to have a conversation.
I'm fixing it, everybody. I'm fixing it as fast as I
I'm
can.
so sorry, Beth. I'm like, see, this is why I said somebody's gonna offer you a bunch of money to kick me out of your channel because these
No, they're
people
not.
are fucking crazy. Well, if they
Ladies
offer
and
you
gentlemen,
enough,
for the
take
low
it, babe.
cost of just $5.
Hey,
Well, yeah,
Sasquatch
I mean-
survived the purge. That's amazing.
Yeah,
I
this ain't the shit show.
apologize to everyone who
Sasquatch always
Cypher
survives everything.
throwing a fucking temper tantrum because he got kicked out of my StreamYard. Just fucking did. Fuck that. I'm
No,
looking right
AC,
now.
AC, the game is
Snow,
played here.
I got
Beth
you,
plays
Snow.
the game, changing names, muting
Yeah.
people, dropping people for money. We're all grifters here.
I'm fixing it, guys. I'm fixing it as
The
fast as
grift
I can.
always wins. And
Snow,
Cypher, there's a
hang on,
rule
please.
in these grifty channels that if you start muting people, you start building debts because people pay for that. And so if you're taking advantage of your wrench, you're actually stealing money from the channel. And I don't know what the church says about stealing because I'm not a Christian, but I heard they had commandments about that stuff somewhere.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
I'm pretty
Chief
sure
Lex
it
is
says
already taken care of.
gonna-
There we go.
If someone
Yes.
offends
I
you, you're supposed to go out and
excuse
take
me.
it out on a bunch of strangers.
Excuse me. I'm doing housekeeping. Excuse me. I'm very sorry. I need to take this over for a second. Ike, could you please type in my chat so I can ensure that you are out of timeout? I apologize, sir. You also should have a wrench now. So if you could please let me know that worked out. Everybody else, Raging Patriot, I need to see from you also. I think I fixed it. I'm doing my best. I apologize, everybody. That was uncalled for. How very Christian. How
I'm
very
sorry, Beth.
Christian.
I'm really sorry, Beth. You were supposed to get rest while I did this. And this is what I give you. I am so sorry.
I'm
just
working.
out of curiosity, because I saw this gentleman come in on the show and hadn't said really much of anything yet. Can I give the floor? Can we give the floor to GS?
Once Beth is done with her things, I was actually going to ask GS to jump in again once 10th is done because 10th got interrupted by Beth's business. So I want Beth to finish her business, then 10th can have a turn, and then we'll call in GS, okay?
I'm desperately trying to make sure that everybody is fixed, okay?
Okay, Ike has responded, so can
I did. Beautiful. Perfect. Okay, as long as we just heard from Ike and then Raging Patriot. Thank you, Ike. I apologize to you, sir. Yeah, we're all good. Go for it. Very sorry to everyone. That was very Christian of Cypher. Very Christian.
And try to keep your questions limited so GS gets a chance because he's been asking me a lot of questions too, and he might have something to say. But you go with your questions now, 10th.
Yeah. So, what I was about to say. Thanks, Dennis. Is so because I was listening at the beginning. What if I'm understand? Because what I heard you say at one point, maybe not at the beginning, but a while ago, was that one of these, I think it was the one we were talking about yesterday or something, where now the husband's being blamed, and we were watching the deposition by the doctor, or the questioning of the doctor. Is that what we're talking about? That, right, Nikki?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I heard you make the statement that this shouldn't be an issue for the government to be involved in. This should be a family issue, right? So, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the question that I would have asked Cypher before I got into anything with you would have been, so do you believe that it's okay with the ruling in Colorado? I think the ruling was that they're allowed to give conversion therapy to children to turn them not gay anymore, if I'm not mistaken. And so would he agree with that? And I would assume his answer would be yes, right? Just because of his leanings. So in which case, he would believe the same thing as you under different circumstances. He would see those children as a possession that he can train to be however he wishes, and train them out of being ways that he doesn't wish them to be. And then, do you get what I'm saying?
Their whole entire religion is based on the idea that they are obligated to draw their children into it and to raise them under it. So they firmly believe it is the right of the family to decide what to do with children. If the state were to tell them, well, you can't teach them anything but evolution, you're not allowed to teach them creationism, and try to stop them, they would fight against it. There's always some threshold, and they want a gotcha moment from me to like say the most horrible thing. But the thing is, the state getting involved in it doesn't stop these things from happening anyway.
I know, I understand, but I've known you long enough that I understand how you think, right? A little bit. And so that's all I really had to say. We'll just go on. I don't like taking up too much time. But that's we're allowed to have different opinions, and we're allowed to discuss them. But we don't, unless you're actually, I agree with Cypher when it comes to unaliving babies in the womb. I do. But I can point out inconsistencies with their beliefs, but you can't point out any inconsistency with my beliefs.
Okay, you're going to like this, AC.
Go ahead.
So my topic
Anyway,
has been the Clancy case, right? And Papa Vile just sent me a video in the back about Turtle. I didn't even know this. Turtle Boy is connected to the protesters for Clancy. And I don't know if anybody followed the Karen Reach It. Now I get it. Oh my God, the connection is so fucking real. Oh, I don't know if you know who Turtle Boy is, GS. I know Lippy does, and I know AC does.
Yeah,
and
dude, I'm just you're blowing my ears out. You got all crazy with your.
I unfortunately have encountered that person.
Yeah, Lauren De Laguna and the Thorpes and all that.
Actually, let me turn down my volume overall.
Yeah, no, I knew Turtle Boy before any of that stuff.
My adjust mic volume had been unclicked, so I fixed that. So hopefully I won't blow out your ears.
No, I had my computer volume up to 90%, so that was my fault, not yours.
You're welcome to join, Mike. I don't know why you dropped.
When I
Real quick,
spoke to
there's money on the table. I apologize. Thank you to Mikey Ball for the $10 that you sent in. And let's see what else. By the way, I have Ko-Fi now. I got to get my link set up.
Sweet.
Thank you to Snow. Snow said she's sending $5 just to say fuck you to Cypher. There you go. I'll grab the links right now. You can dono to Witchy, who is in charge of this show pretty much, or you are welcome to donate to the channel because I just survived the great Cypher purge of fucking August 25. Fucking, that was so lame, dude. That was fucked up. I wouldn't do that.
I probably could have calmed them down.
I wouldn't do that to your fucking channel, you piece of shit. He wants to give me shit for platforming ideas that I disagree with. Okay, you want to cry baby about that, but then go through and fucking purge a whole goddamn chat. Dude, go check yourself. You need to check yourself. Okay, that's fucked up. So thank you very much to everyone who is sending in donations to say fuck you, Cypher. They survived the purge. And a couple came out with wrenches too while you lost yours.
Does anybody care about what I meant, Turtle Boy?
No.
Okay,
No, not really. Sorry. I want to talk about the Clancy case, and now Turtle Boy's tied to it. But yeah, I think it's really interesting now because I had thought, there was like some kind of feminist underground where these women are coming together to go after these women, but now Turtle Boy's involved. Like, it makes total sense that it's the same protesters because those are his mods and shit from his channel, right? 10th.
You must not have seen the video.
Oh, I wouldn't
that,
know.
You must not have seen the video that Kate from Masshole did on Turtle Boy. I mean, the same people that were with Turtle Boy, this whole what's the Karen Reed case? The
Yeah,
same
that's
people
what
that were
connecting.
going, and they're the same people that are trying to say that this Lindsay, she's innocent here. She's there's nothing wrong with her. Like they're fucking making
Saying the husband did it, AC.
Yeah. So
sounds a lot like the cops in the house did it, doesn't he? Even from us cop watchers.
So I get.
Go ahead. Yes.
I'm a little. I kind of see things from both ends with the whole Cypher thing. Not to drag that up, but how many times have I annotated to my panel or to my chat and maybe other people that it's interesting when you watch a curated video from the Crucible, almost every other word seems to be like blurted out. So the fact that somebody wants other people while they're on somebody else's platform to try to mind their mess banners, wipe their feet off on the welcome mat before they walk through the threshold, don't come in and start rearranging the furniture without permission. I don't think that that's a really big ask. And I agree with Beth. I find it annoying that we have to, like 2-year-olds, we have to talk like baby talk. But this is YouTube. YouTube's platform allows us as content creators to have a place to meet you guys, our audience, and I'm grateful for it. And to me, I guess it is worth a 30% because bandwidth is not cheap, and trying to have this infrastructure for herself would be pretty costly. My issue is if you're having somebody up who is showcasing ideas that you might disagree with, but then you punish another person from coming up and being disagreeable. I think it's counterintuitive to your words aren't and your actions aren't matching. Now I understand the TOS stuff for asking somebody to not violate your wishes in order to have the quid pro quo of being up on panel and having their voice be heard. And I would say that I'm trying to adapt how I respond to drama, not the fact that drama will come into our lives, but how do we individually respond to it is what I'm trying to work on. How I handle when somebody comes at me sideways is it's about me. It's not about other people. If I give other people strength and power over me, then that's my choice. I chose that. So I guess Cypher and I have kind of gone at it a little bit. And I also think that, he was a friend of Beth's and a friend of the channel. And for whatever reason, he felt a certain way and did what he did, which I think is jacked up personally. But I would like to push back.
We all have bad days, yes. We all have bad days. I'm willing to forgive you just like other people forgave me when I had bad days.
So for the record, and I'll land the plane with this, it's not my channel, but when somebody says something and then they kind of go against it by wanting to remove somebody that they don't agree with, I mean, if I'm assuming Wishy Bishy is the one who has different ideas that Beth is showcasing, right? Giving a platform to. Am I correct? Right. You don't necessarily agree with everything she might espouse, but you're giving her an opportunity to espouse those words here. So then why is it okay for her to then turn around and dictate what can be said on your platform when you're giving her ideologically a divergent ideologic viewpoint an opportunity to breathe her air and say her words on on this channel that might not agree with it. So again, all I'm just saying is if we're going to be consistent, let's be consistent, and let's not make rash instant decisions, Wishy, because you said women are quick to make those decisions, and sometimes it can be dangerous or it can be harmful, right? And I would say Cypher made some rash decisions. Can we
Cypher's
be
a
fair?
man. Cypher's a man.
Right.
Yes, and to that
and I-
Nikki is hosting.
And to that point, I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that everybody understands the imperative here in this aspect of having a voice is if you silence one voice, you deafen thousands of ears. In other words, I've said this many times. I have a great freedom in this freedom of speech to say what I want to say. But when I go interrupting others or discounting their voice, I am destroying your right to know, not them, your right to know. And that's what Cypher was doing by silencing people down in chat and trying to overtalk people on panel. It's not very conducive to be able to put your own voice out while violating others. Just saying.
Well,
And
the
I
thing
wanna-
is, so
real quick, I promise. I want to be very clear. I like Cypher. I've liked Cypher. Like we kind of got off on a rocky start, but I think he's a great guy. I really do. And I tend to agree with his ideology. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of it.
However, it is really important that we have all the views out there and we hear these voices. Okay. You don't have to agree with them. I don't agree with Witchy. It would break me into 1,000 pieces and I would not survive the Spartan way. I wouldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I literally would not survive that, doing that, because that is part of me. I'd be leaving there that I'll never ever get back, and I couldn't live through that. Okay. However, I think it's equally as important to hear people who do think like that, and I try to understand why they think like that. Not that we're ever moving to agree with them, but just so we can understand it, so that when we have to fight it, right, you have a better ground, a better foundation, and a better understanding to fight it with. GS. And our 10th was first. I apologize, GS. 10th was first, and then GS. Sorry,
Yeah.
Witchy. I just stepped in and took that.
All I want to say is that just to reflect on what both Pero and or Wizard and GS said is, most of us are lunatics. We all have bad days. I hope you guys can forgive Cypher like you've forgiven me, because he has bad days too. We know some of his history. He was like this before. Maybe he's having some type of health issue again. I don't know. But we all try to respect each other's time. If somebody hasn't spoken for a long time, we try to let them speak. We all do that on all these panels. So whatever Cypher was doing was obviously pretty messed up, because I was getting texts about it. Right? And I don't know what happened exactly, because I didn't catch it.
You got text messages about that? Oh, wow. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I was on a
So
phone call.
Dan, you haven't spoke up on the topic at all. What
I
do you think?
I hung up to come here. But go ahead.
Oh, wow. You hung up to come here because well, I get it. Beth's you're one of your besties. You want to protect your channel. And whether it's me or Cypher, if we're fucking it up, you got to stop that, right?
I don't know. I didn't even know you were taking it over. I literally said something really fucked up is happening on my phone call. I said, and I have to go because I have to go help my friend. I don't know what's going on.
Well, that's what I mean.
I guess I'm no use, so I'll just sit here and I'll comment as we go. So go ahead.
I gave the show to Witchy today. And I was cleaning my goddamn bathroom. I've had to run back from cleaning my bathroom so many times, it's never going to get done. GS, please, sir, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I think Denizen was in the shoot right after me or even before me.
Yes.
But I just want to posit this. We brought up the Spartan aspect of it. Now, I would, it's interesting that Wishy Bishy would say that she takes on a Spartan. By the way, my bloodline goes back to the first men of Greece. I respect the Spartan mentality. Now, can we argue, Wishy Bishy, that there's a reason why the Spartans wanted to be very particular about who was allowed to exist still, or who was allowed to be part of their community. Their entailment is that the survival aspect of that that entity relied on all of the parts of the sum of the parts that made the whole to be healthy.
Yes.
Which is, but here's the interesting thing, Wishy, and please take this with the love that I'm sending it. Their argument that Cypher would make would be that somebody like you should not be allowed in our polite society because of your disparate or your divergent views on what they believe the values of this community or society should be, that you're a danger to it, no more, no less a danger than a malformed child in back in the Spartan times, that the survival of the community and the prosperity of the environs in which we exist in rely on being careful with the eye gate, the ear gate of what a Christian Orthodox would let into the tent, right? We were talking about don't let vipers into the tent. That, you know, that while the men slept, they snuck into the fields and sown tears into the wheat, right? So now you have, it all looks like the same crop until it comes time to harvest. Now you've got all this extra work because you didn't guard the field, right? The men were asleep and they weren't guarding the field. So I guess my question would be, or my statement would be, it doesn't require responses. You're not under, you know, I'm not subpoenaing you. You're not under deposition. And please, I do apologize if that's what it feels like. My question would be, why would you have a Spartan-esque, kind of like a Machiavellian kind of attitude towards this? And yet you are the same way towards Cypher, but you're being allowed into this tent by Beth, who has a lot of similar ideological beliefs. It sounds to me like you're the one who's closed-minded and Cypher is about as closed-minded as you. Beth's trying to be kind of in the middle to open up a dialogue.
So if he had
why
come
should
up and
either one of
approached
you
us,
why should either one of you be allowed on the platform if you're both going to be extreme left or right? If that, does that make sense?
okay, so if he had approached this the way that you have approached me, he would have stayed up here and had a conversation like you are with me. GS, we don't agree on this topic. You're not calling me names. I'm not calling you names. We're not disrespecting Beth's channel. Okay. Here's the thing. The difference between me and Cypher today is that Beth and I have made an arrangement that this is my panel. So what Cypher did is he didn't just go to Beth's. He came into my house and told me I don't get to have my own opinion in my house. Because this is restreaming to my channel as well. As you can see, people from my side of this stream have come up too and are participating in the chats. I just want to clear that Cypher has a right to his opinion. And I wouldn't even say he was wrong in saying, like he might, that I would be one of the not chosen ones. Okay? I wouldn't even posit that, oh no, I'm so great that I would automatically fit into whatever society chose. What I'm saying is if we are going to have a society, it has to be holistic. Like you said, every part is important in its way. And if we've got a lot of weights as opposed to buoys, we're going to sink as a society, and that's my opinion. Now, if that means me and my children are part of what doesn't fit into what's best for society, so be it. And I'm not one of the smart enough people to decide that, and that's why I don't believe in democracy, because democracy is the stupid people rule.
Can I get
real quick, wait, I've got money on the table. Thank you, Chuck, very much for supporting the channel. I just had a very stressful little, like literally I was handing today over to Witchy and I was working on cleaning my bathroom and my shit and, you know, dealing with my chickens and all that.
Now you can do that. I'm here. Don't worry.
I
What
gotta keep
happened?
running
I
back
got
here.
side
What
shit.
happened? Did I
Chuck-
miss something?
Yes, Cypher went crazy and purged my chat, put everyone in timeout, and I had to go
Well,
through.
good, because I can't type either. I'm happy for that.
Oh my God, the whole chat. It was the great purge of August 25. Congratulations,
Yeah,
Cypher.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Cypher,
go
that's
back-
the only one you're ever gonna get on me too.
If
But
you
I
go
still-
back in time when it was flow state before the powdered dusty, there was a female that had super mod powers. One night she broke out the machine gun, and deleted the entire chat. Is that what happened here?
That's exactly what was happening. And then he got
Okay.
stopped. Thank God.
Okay, so I'm gonna be real with you. I'm just giving 24 hours to anybody that's on the Pleasure Squad side and chat being douchebags. Y'all don't owe anybody an explanation. Stop giving them an explanation. I told you don't trust these fucking people. Literally just do your show as you were doing. Their opinion is irrelevant. They're intellectually dishonest, weak fucking cowards. They're retarded. If they ain't on panel and they ain't fucking here, fuck them. Mene frega. I don't give a fuck. Continue your show like y'all were doing.
Okay,
Stop
OG,
explaining.
now that you're up here, I want your opinion about this this Turtle Boy connection to both the Karen Reed protesters and Lindsay Clancy.
Real quick, section 230. You are in the basement currently. You're going to need to turn on your camera. I need to see who you are. You do not have to keep it on to come on panel. But we are.
Nah. Read the back. Don't even bring him up. Don't even bring him up. Don't even bring him up.
Read the back. I didn't even read the back.
Yeah, I banned you because I don't like you and because you was talking shit to Witchy. You absolutely right.
Who was it?
There you go.
Listen, Cypher, I have considered Cypher to be my friend for quite some time now. And I respected the man. And yes, I gave him a wrench at my channel. Now he just got one over on me. That's done and over with. It has been fixed. The only person I was waiting to hear from was Ike. But I'll hear from him when I do. And a couple people came out of that with their very own wrenches. Shit happens. I still have a soft spot in my heart for Cypher. I still respect him, but I don't respect what he did. And
you can't respect that action.
It hurt my position with it hurt my understanding with Cypher very much that he would hurt my channel and go after it that way.
He showed you his true colors, or she did, with whatever the case.
People do, Beth.
Yep, shields are up. I got you, OG. Shields are up. That's
okay. So, OG.
Now, Witchy, on to you. I'm gonna clean my bathroom, guys.
Yeah, we got enough soldiers up here now. It'll be all right.
I see wonderful.
When you get done, could you come do mine?
Whoever's knocking, hang on 1 second, and now there's a spot. Please try again.
Section 230. I banned you because I don't like you, and you were talking shit on Witchy.
Oh,
exactly. You're part of the Pleasure Squad, brother.
I'm gonna throw something out here that Beth says all the time, and you guys need to listen to this in the chats. You can bitch all you want about the moderation. She trusts her mods. If they make a decision, it's final. This one incident happened, and it was a mistake. Shit happens. Cypher got mad at me, and he took it out on Beth, which she did not expect of him. But in general, if her mods have done something, she backs up her mods. If it's just one person blocked, she's going to talk to her mod and agree with them most of the time. So just leave it alone. If it's somebody doing what just happened, of course there's going to be corrections made. But let's trust Beth for picking her mods in general, that if OG picked to mod someone, he did. And if you have a problem with it and you're close enough with Beth that she's going to care, send her a DM in Discord. Don't sit there pitching and moaning in the chats about it or whatever. But anyway.
And I believe that she gives out those wrenches so people can share links, not necessarily to block, timeout, or ban anybody. So when you do, make sure you use utmost discretion.
Yes. I've made that clear from the start. There are 0 people blocked from this channel. 0. And that includes Steelman, who for a long time was coming up here and saying horrific things to me.
Well, even then, I only gave them a 24-hour timeout. They're not banned. I didn't hide them.
Can I just put a finer point on something real quick so I can yield, because I don't want to take up too much time. But Wishy, you said something I found interesting. You said that all parts are important to the whole. I don't think you mean even the cancerous parts, right? You think all healthy parts of the body are important to the existence of the whole, right?
All contributing aspects. So here's the thing. You said cancer. I specifically mentioned that you can have parts to the whole that make it a good functioning thing, and then you can have the weights or the cancers that grow on it. And to save the whole, you cut the cancer off, right? Like if
That's what I
if
thought
you
you
got
meant.
gangrene in your arm, GS, are you going to tell the doctor, no, my arm is too important?
Right. So, and that's what I thought you meant. I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure because, I think language is important and people should be specific. Here's my issue. If my goal is to try to persuade anyone on this panel, how can I do that if I am kicked off of it? So therefore it would behoove me, if my intent is to try to persuade somebody, that they should perhaps at least consider what I'm saying, or my word, my ideological beliefs, or even my Christian beliefs, or theological, or any belief, that in order for me to be persuasive, I have to be able to be heard. In order to be heard, I can't be silenced or kicked off. So wouldn't it be incumbent upon me to be, like you said earlier, and then this is a rhetorical statement. This is for anybody that needs to hear it. I'm sure that you guys understand what I'm saying. Is if I truly believe what I have to say is important, and it's not just some, blood sport, tardation, then I should approach Wishy Vishy the way I would want to be approached. Right.
Right,
You know what
he's
I'm saying?
not here. Recognize this
So,
about what happened, not just here today, but what happened.
I actually
Hold
want
on,
to talk
hold
on.
on.
I actually want to talk on this. I'm sorry, I got to cut
Really,
everybody off.
OG? Really, you're gonna talk over me?
I
Let me
got
finish
to.
responding.
I got to, because I've been shouting at y'all for weeks about this. These are tribalist fucking retards that are attacking you, and then they come up on panel to use the goodwill they've got with Beth to continuously fuck with y'all. There is no mutual conversation. I'm sorry,
Okay,
Witchy.
okay,
I'll see
that's
you at
exactly what
Donut.
I was gonna say, but you had to steamroll me here. GS, the fact of the matter is, he's not coming. He has no intention of saving me or convincing me otherwise. His point of coming up was to quote expose what I've already blatantly said multiple times, and this is why maybe I got frustrated with your line of questioning in the beginning, is because this is the sort of situation I get when I speak my truth. I don't expect anybody else to follow me. Like I said, I'm not running for political office. I didn't come up here to proselytize my beliefs. I came up here to discuss a fucking public trial and have something other than the crucible in my fucking life for a day. And the orbiters still have to come and try and get
But
me to
they didn't.
restate my position as a gotcha again.
Right.
But they didn't show up when we were doing the cuckable stuff. They had nothing to say. They were nowhere to be seen.
No, this
Ain't
was
that
this was a
interesting?
directed attack at me, 10th
Right,
man.
but
They came to see what was
No, I'm
going
just
on,
saying. You've been
and
up
this
here
was
the
a
whole
directed
time,
attack
though.
at me because
That
they
you were
don't
up,
like my
right?
And
position.
this is why y'all need a fascist that'll fucking get rid of them, tell them to fuck off.
What
That's
did
why
I
two of us
do?
showed up.
What did I do?
So,
You didn't do
I put
anything.
it on more than once, OG. I'm not afraid of it. And no offense to you, bud, but if you keep steamrolling me, I might have to mute you too. Like,
Oh, I'll just
there
leave.
has
I
to
don't give
be.
a fuck. I was asked to come up because of you being attacked.
so
I'm really confused now.
I'd really like to have a
No,
conversation.
OG, I want to have this conversation. You were asked, you and 10th both made this statement that you were sent text messages to come rescue me.
Yeah, Beth sent
So,
me the link and said you were being attacked by the Pleasure Squad.
so she called in reinforcements. Okay, so now I understand why you
She
guys came
didn't
hot
text
and
me.
heavy.
She didn't text me.
You said yours was blowing up, but no, I get it.
Yeah.
Never mind, OG. Now I get it. There
Yeah,
was
I'm
an
not
attack.
mad.
And
I'm not mad.
it was directed at me, but they got Beth, and that's what pisses me off.
Well, they
And
don't
the
need to
same
attack
thing with
either one of
DSP.
y'all. They don't need to attack either one of y'all. They're
I would
being
agree.
fucking cunts and they're attacking women. Well, the Pleasure
That's
Squad are
the
at least
other
women.
thing. That's the other thing. What the fuck is going on? That these people who claim that women, why are they even watching or listening to me? I'm irrelevant in their world. Nobody who follows the cuckables is going to listen to me and take me seriously. Not a chance in a million am I going to convert their people by speaking my truth. So what are they so threatened by that they need to shut me down? All they have to do is just not show up. That's it. Just don't show up. Who gives a fuck? The internet is so fucking big, and not one of their people is going to be converted over to my quote unquote demonic beliefs because I have them. So what the fuck do they care? They're not fucking me. They're not feeding me. They're not financing me. So why the fuck do they care what I'm doing?
So
No, it's tribal. Hold on. It's tribalism. They're
Yeah.
doing the pick me. Look at me. I'm the most Christianiest Christian here. Look at me. Look at me. When their actual beliefs have nothing to do with Christianity. They use their religion as a shield and cudgel at the same time. If you want to know the first people to push the eugenicist movement were Christians. By the way. Just saying. Christians of all stripes. Hold on one second, GS. And the simple fact of the matter is, these people are fucking stupid. All right, I'm tired of your shit today, bud. You've been warned.
Yeah, somebody in back.
I feel like we're having a meta conversation about meta
OG,
conversations.
real quick. What you did miss, OG, is that at the very start of the show, Dragon Fist showed up and came up here. Where'd Witchy go? Uh-oh. Good thing I'm here.
Beth,
I can hear you. Hang on one second. So Dragonfish showed up and came at me wanting to know, wanting my position on the whole Dusty Andrew thing. Cypher, very sorry. I have to kick you because I'm waiting for Witchy to come back. This is her show today. You and I will talk on Discord privately. Okay. Sorry.
Let me talk to Cypher.
Can I say something real quick? I think I'm
the panel is full, and Witchy's got to come
understand.
back.
I'm saying when the opportunity
I'll
comes.
drop down. I'm actually blocked, by the way.
You're blocked.
Yeah, tell Witchy comes
yes,
back.
I am.
Nobody.
Guys.
No, I see you in the. I see you on Witchy's. Listen, I swear to God, Mike, we went through and we pulled up my channel on live stream. I have 0 people blocked. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, they're using some type of tricks.
I made some comments, and I don't see them. And then, it's not all that important.
Yeah.
But
Welcome to my world, Mike.
I mean,
yeah, check and see if they hit him or anything like that.
There's no hidden users, none at all. I promise. Like, we pulled it up on live stream, and I showed my screen to show that no, I have nobody blocked whatsoever. Nobody is hidden. Chuck is having the same problem. He can't operate in the chats either.
Oh, really?
Don't know why.
I was just saying that you shouldn't give anyone a pass. You know, they fucked up your show. Don't.
All
Yeah,
right,
sure, we could forgive.
Here's the deal, Cypher.
Sorry.
I'm giving you literally 1 minute. I need somebody to drop because Witchy needs to get in
AC
here.
said he'll drop.
Put me in back. Put me in back.
This won't last long. Just let me talk.
And I would
back thing. You got to drop off.
And
yeah, you have to drop all the way.
And with possible time delays, I would double check that here in a bit.
I'm gonna excuse me to the panel. Give me just a second here. Cypher.
What's up? Yeah, I don't apologize for what
I know you don't.
By the way,
Yeah, because you're
Can I
a
speak
fucking
to-
you're a fucking hoe.
Can I
That's why.
speak to
yeah, you
Cypher,
should have
please?
never given me a wrench. You should have never.
You should have
given me a
never
wrench.
trusted them. You should have never
Yeah,
been honest
OG,
with them.
hey,
I
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
I want to
Dennis
speak to
Reagan, you
Cypher.
pussy ass cultist. Let's fucking go. Show the world who you fucks really are today. You pussy ass boys. You motherfucking pleasure squad homos. You're intellectually dishonest. You're much stupider than you think you are. You're not as smart as you think you are. What you know definitions? You can speak properly. Bitch, please.
OG, let him show who he is, please.
You ain't shit. You motherfuckers. Your coke
Give him
dying.
an opportunity to show who he is, OG.
The worst for you motherfuckers.
OG, do me a favor,
shut the
please.
fuck up, you
OG,
fucking
let him talk for a
sperm.
minute, please. Let him show who he is, please.
Yeah, who I am is the man that came up here and actually told Witchy that she was out of her fucking mind for saying that children should be unalived after they're born
Can
just
you put some
because they're
bass in your
deformed or
voice if you're a
don't
man?
meet her
That's crazy.
standards.
Sound like a
Stop
woman.
fucking interrupting me as I'm
Please.
saying what I said before, which is that she has a demonically influenced mindset. And the fact that you, Beth, would put me down in the basement for saying the fucking truth.
I didn't do
Yes.
that.
Oh, well, which he did, and you backed her up, and then you booted me from the whole thing. And so then, yes, I used my fucking wrench, which you should have never given me, and you never even talked to me about. You just
I
gave it
learned.
to me, I think, honestly, because you were trying to flirt with me or something. It was weird.
No,
Whatever.
Weird.
I'm not.
So,
That part is
listen.
weird.
Can
you
I
should
please
never
talk
give
to
it to
Cypher?
an
I'm
Why
not
the fuck would
interested.
you even say some
That's a little
stupid ass
projection right
shit
there.
like
OG,
that?
Shut the
please.
fuck
I mean,
up!
that right
No
there
one
is
Like
really
talks to
projecting.
pussy
your
ass
fat
Projecting
boy.
ass.
your
Shut the
thoughts on
fuck
something.
up.
Smelly,
You mother.
degenerate,
Why did you give
basement
me a
dwelling,
wrist?
fat
I think she
fuck.
was trying
Hit the
to
Fuck
gym,
off.
to
She gave
motherfucker.
you a
something
wrench
Hit
with
the
because she
me.
fucking
liked the
gym, you
people that you
fat
guys
fucking
were.
retard.
She
Can
liked
I please?
fucking AVG. She liked the
Shut
Pleasure
your
Squad. She
fucking
wanted to
mouth,
be
you
y'all's friends
All I
and
hear
work
is
together and
whack,
fucking
cooperate.
degenerate.
But you
whack.
stupid
That's more
motherfuckers
whack.
don't
You
have
are
the
a
ability to
dirty,
listen to any other
degenerate,
opinion
fucking
than whatever
poor
Andrew Wilson
400
and the
pound
Foundry shoves
gorilla.
up your fucking ass. You
Oh,
stupid
really? Come and
motherfuckers.
fucking shove it up my
Your
ass.
opinions are
Just
fake.
fucking
Your
try
beliefs
it,
are
buddy.
fake. You
Try
stupid
it. Roll
motherfuckers
the
are
fuck up,
crusading on the
motherfucker.
internet,
I love
doing
how your little
everything
avatar
that
has a
Andrew
little
Wilson
ray
said
gun on
the
it.
Crucible and the Foundry
Come play
aren't
with the big
about.
boys,
But
motherfucker.
hey, look, we
Come
all know
on.
you're all just a bunch
Come
of lying
on,
fucking spurgy
motherfucker.
retards. You
You're
get
the
mad
fucking
when you don't get
retard,
your fucking
you
way,
400-pound
and you guys are
fucking
wanting to use your
pig.
goodwill
Can't even get
on
out of
Beth.
bed
And
without
go, Beth, why
assistance.
did you
You
do
can't
this?
even
Why? You're
stand on
speaking
your
out of both
own
sides of
2
your
legs
fucking
without
mouth.
feeling
Beth,
pain in
why
your
did you let
knees. You're
bitchy
so
put me
fucking
down? Beth, why
fat.
did you give me power at your channel? Well, pick a fucking
You're
lane, you
so
stupid
fucking
pussy.
fat, you fucking
Sick of you
neck
people.
beard janitor. You think you have
You can't have
power on
any
the
real
internet? You have
conversation.
nothing.
OG,
You're a piece of
please.
All
shit,
you people do is
degenerate,
All
attack,
right.
attack, attack, and throw
bullshit,
your rock and
child
hide your hand.
murdering
You ready?
It's
You
fucking
I'm
ready?
about to
annoying.
crash
You
out
ready?
You
fast
can't
and
have a
break
Ready?
my car.
conversation.
You're
Your
a
It's
brain's
piece
dead.
my
of
channel.
literal
Fuck off.
Go
You
fuck
stupid
yourself. I'm
motherfucker.
done. Bye bye. Listen,
I wanted
I
to
gave
talk
you
to
a
him.
wrench. He's banned from my studio now.
I understand.
I gave him a wrench because I respected him and I thought that it was a good bridge. He and I were able to talk about things very rationally and very calmly and very intelligently. And it was a good bridge between them and us. Okay. And I respected him for that. Now I understand exactly where it's at. Have a nice day, Cypher. Have a nice life. I'm sorry you thought I was flirting with you. Believe me, I'm not interested. I like
Wait.
I think it's cute that a man with an octave so high he can break glass wants to call me fat and tell me to hit the gym. Baby boy, I doubled my bench press in the past
Can I
2
say
weeks.
something,
So
please? I have a
been hitting the
question.
Yeah,
gym.
when
Witchy,
anybody's
you're
done, guys.
quiet.
I
Witchy,
will-
you're really quiet.
I know
You're
because I'm on
low,
my
Nikki.
fucking phone, and that's what my question is about. If
You
people
know,
will
everybody
listen.
wants to talk.
Guys, she has a tech question. Be quiet.
So
Go ahead.
just out of curiosity, what happens to your laptop if someone cyber attacks it? Because mine just shut down, reset. It's got weird settings. I can't connect Bluetooth to it anymore. Like, is Cypher like a techie or his buddies? Because like I was in the
Yes.
middle of the stream with you guys, and my computer said your computer has run into a problem. It is restarting. When it restarted, I can't connect anything to it.
Maybe God
How old's your PC?
intervened. Maybe it was God.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that.
GS. Please, sir.
No, that was some good
Sorry,
levity.
I'm just
What?
to make her laugh a little bit. I don't know. I
Okay,
mean,
fair.
Levity. My mister has fixed it, so I'm gonna go back to the laptop. I'll be back in a minute. I have tech
Right.
support, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm holding it down
I
for you,
doubt.
babe.
I doubt they would do something that would be criminal, and that would be very criminal to do something.
Beth,
It's a shame. Mike,
You see,
Yeah, most of these people are fucking cowards. That's why they run their mouth like that. That's why they time people out in chat when they get wrenches like that, being dicks and bitches.
Do you see the power of Minifrega? Do you see how bad Cypher wigged out when he realized he was dealing with somebody who was a brick wall that would not back kowtow and bow down to the authority that he bowed down to? He had to switch to name calling and bitching and crying. Granted, I name call because I don't care anymore. I don't care their opinions. Minifrega. They're
Can I-
cold.
I do care about this interesting conversation, and I just want to, and we can wait for Wishy to come back. But did I hear correctly when somebody said that it's dangerous to for us to all here as podcasters to pontificate about the case because it could mess with the jury pool, or it could.
Well, when it comes to certain influencers, when it
Okay.
comes to certain influencers, that
Hey,
seems to be what's
Oxycut.
happening in certain cases.
Right, but I
So it
believe
is
somebody on the panel was warning that that they shouldn't. But then, meanwhile, we're talking about the case, so it seemed oxymoronical to me to complain about certain influencers having influence. And even if you think you have a small channel, you still have influence. Even if
right,
you're
and
influencing one mind, you have no idea what that one mind might go on to do.
right, and that's why I think it's important to understand that when we're on these panels, we're not talking about the legalities. We are, in fact, and I think it is a very good thing because we're in fact talking about the psychological aspects, the
I
events
think
that happened before that came up to the events, things like that. The other person's ideological views, if they're Presbyterian or Catholic or atheist, all that kind of stuff comes into play. So it's not so much a matter of law here; it's a matter of trying to figure out who our neighbor is because we're still trying to figure out who ourselves are.
I'd like to point out, I think that it's fine for us to be talking about the case. I think there does come a problem when you have podcasters saying, I have never before seen evidence. Now that's where it starts becoming dangerous and not something that I think should be gotten into. Witchy, did it get fixed, hon?
No.
Oh no.
I sent you a couple of cash apps, dude.
My
Oh,
goodness.
thank you, Chuck. I appreciate it. I feel really bad because I thought me and Beth, hold on.
Yeah,
And
happens.
thank you so much, Chuck. I appreciate you once again, sir. Um thank you to Ike. I'd love to get some eggplants in the chat for Ike.
Eggplants. But
And Ike,
Beth,
enjoy
I'm
your
so
new
sorry.
wrench, sir. It looks good on you. Looks
I'm
very good on you, sir.
I'm so very sorry, Beth. Like, I just wanted to have a conversation that wasn't about them for a day, and they had to come here and make it about that one conversation, just
I
one
know it.
fucking conversation. And I figured because it was my panel, nobody, when it was advertised as that, nobody would come because they don't like me. Like, why the fuck bother? I'm going to talk about shit they don't care about and they don't like me. So, and I should have known better than to let Cypher up in the first place on my panel. I should have told him, hey, come back when Beth's here. And I didn't. And I am sorry.
You saw the
do not
reaction
owe
that
me
Cypher
apology.
gave. You saw the reaction Cypher gave me. I promise you, I could annihilate him IRL and mentally speaking. Honestly, the simple fact of the matter is, the people here don't care. They just want to get in the way. They want to be the blockers of these conversations. They don't want you to have them because they don't like them. These people are retarded and evil and bad faith and lack critical thinking skills. They're mental midgets. They have that. Don't get me wrong. They have you. You can be low IQ and learn skills, right? You can be taught things and do jobs like and no offense, Dennis and don't kill me. You can learn IT. You can learn coding. You can be low IQ and not think critically. So I'm not saying they're unskilled. I'm saying that they're fucking stupid and can't think for themselves. That's why they follow a cult.
I would like to say something real quick. Beth, I get it that this is wishy day and all that, but at the end, this is your show. Just don't be afraid to step up. I mean, you're the boss, right?
Oh, I have
So
been all
you know what I
day.
mean? You give this guy a wrench and he just throw it in your face. He basically spit at you right now. I'm not saying
Well,
you can't forgive him. I'm just saying that this is business. So
Yes.
you know what I mean? Don't mix business with friendship and be like, oh, don't give anyone a pass. Like you know,
No,
you fuck up once, that's it. That's all.
Holy
That's all you
fuck.
he's
need.
kicked from my studio. He can't
I
come
think
back into the
I
studio.
think I'm
at
gonna
this
have
point.
a heart attack, Beth, when I saw that number. Oh my god, Chuck. I've
We're
never gotten a dono before. This is my first dono, by the way, other than Hippie getting me donos for a
oh,
car that he did on his stream for me. He ran like a
good.
GoFundMe stream for me. It wasn't the same thing. This is my first streaming dono, Chuck, and I will remember you forever. Thank you so very much.
If you want to pick, we need a Chuck clip. Really, really bad to play. Oh wait. I know I had some kitty ones saved somewhere. In the meantime, here, how about this one for how this stream is going? About right.
Close. I was hoping for sex on the beach, but that's close enough. It was a
Oh,
joke. It was a joke. People, relax.
it was
Damn.
a joke. Don't take it so hard. It's okay. I truly do appreciate our donors. Thank you guys so much because man, we are taking a walloping in this
I
stream.
don't hate
Except
nobody myself. I dislike
First,
certain people, but I
except
don't
Chuck,
hate anybody.
well, first
except
I
Chuck,
had
ask
Dragon
anybody who
Fist up here wanting to fight about Dusty. And then they all came in, and it's like, look, I understand what they're saying. I understand it. But here's the thing is, once again, you have to hear the other side. If you don't know what they're saying,
Tribalism.
how do you know how to respond? Please make sure everybody, Witchy has been put through today. Please.
Oh, wait. More
Send
than
this woman
that,
some
Beth,
donuts.
you didn't platform that shit. You platformed me to talk about a case. They
Right.
platformed my ideals by pushing for them to be on display again.
Yes.
Cypher literally was the one who platformed all of that,
Yes.
not you.
They came
Quit
in and
giving the guy
distracted.
attention.
So I guess now I think I understand, Wishy, why you felt maybe a little bit like you were being interrogated or interviewed, or
Yes.
so this is a pretty so I don't know you super well, and you said we've had good conversations in the past. I guess I do understand why your guard was up. I assure you that I don't have any ill will towards you, or I don't have an agenda other than to just have a genuine conversation that which
Yeah.
hopefully doesn't lead to your truth or my truth, which I heard you say my truth. There's the truth. That's what I'm
Yes.
seeking,
Yes, but
respectfully.
we have to look at all of people's versions of that to get
Yes,
to it.
but you didn't
None
want to
of us
do
is
that with
God to
Cypher,
see it
though.
all.
You wanted to
Well, I
kick
didn't
him
want
off
to
the
be yelled
panel.
at. He
Right,
didn't come
fair
up.
enough.
He didn't come up with a
We also
genuine
didn't
want
want
to
to talk about
discuss.
abortion either.
And then that wasn't
Well,
the topic
that's
either, which
that's
he
kind of
always
my
brings it back to with me.
but that
If he
I
wants
think
to have
that's
that
kind of my
Your point
discussion, it
is
should
you're a
be somewhere
hypocrite
else.
if you want to have a
Are
panel about a
timeouts in
topic and
effect,
not talk
Beth?
about everybody else's pet
Wait,
topics.
What timeouts? By the way, Valkyrie
I
says
sent you
hello.
another cash out. Or
Oh,
did you not get it?
So that might
I'm
have
looking
been.
right now. I don't think I got it. I'm going to look.
I guess the whole Ashmortian thing might have been something that I brought into it.
Oh,
Because
I see it. I'm sorry.
because she mentioned.
You don't have to do it. I was just trying to lighten the mood was all.
Okay. I'm happy to give it 5 minutes. I'll let him finish his sentence and then 5 minutes in the back, GS.
Okay.
But please finish your sentence first.
Oh, well, I guess it was kind of like my fault for, I was just having a conversation with Wishy and I felt like it was going a particular direction and I didn't have an agenda. I'm trying to seek to understand. When somebody has a particular worldview or they espouse a particular worldview, when somebody tells you, you should believe them. When they say, this is who I am, this is what I believe in. I guess for me, the ultimate thing, and if I'm getting kicked off or whatever, that's fine. But the last thing I want to say is,
No, disregard it,
No.
Beth.
It's just okay. All it was going to be was a 5 minute timeout.
Oh,
but
sure,
at this
fair
point,
enough.
I think the temperature came down.
Disregard it. Yes.
Okay.
Disregard it. You're fine. There's no timeout.
So, sure. Aaron Queen's mad at me because I basically blocked him on my channel with both of his accounts. But not blocked him, but hit him because
Hey, this money on the table, guys. They shout out to the anonymous donor.
Okay.
Thank you, sweetheart. I love you.
Thank you. But Wishy, I guess my big caution, and the reason why I was talking about you should never walk out on the sidewalk because you might hurt and skin your knee if you're worried about future harms, then you should bubble wrap yourself. And then I guess my big caution was that one has to be careful that we don't slip into a nihilistic, like, why get out of bed? I might hurt myself by getting out of bed. Why make my bed? I'm just going to get into it again. I think that there could be you mentioned slippery slope, and you were smart to mention it. I believe it was you that said slippery slopes. But nihilistically, if you're trying to prevent future harm to that extent, where does it stop? Like what gets regulated, and I'll end it with this I believe that as a Christian, my example of purpose is Christ suffered. To live is to suffer. Suffering provides purpose. It hurts when you go to the gym like OG does and you get your swell on, but at the end there's a payoff to it, right? You gotta tear down some muscle in order to build up stronger muscle or to create bone density.
I agree with
You were absolutely right. I added 10 pounds. Added 10 pounds past my max last night. And like it beat my ass. And like spiritually, right? Spiritually, when you're fighting spiritual battles and you start pushing like GS is talking about, it fucks your mind up. It can fuck you up physically.
Okay, guys.
Even you coming into this world was pain. Everything is pain.
Hey, money on the table, and Witchy's very quiet.
Ross Khan put in a request for your video. Oh my God, woman, thank you. That was amazing. And hey, Fab Daddy, bow lickers beat La Rata every time. But that was just a comment.
What video?
Yeah, Ross put in the chat what video you want.
Yeah, because there's a whole bunch back here. I've got Dusty videos. I have OG videos. I have the Marte. I have the Russian car. I have the Ethiopian faceplant. I have the sweet Sasquatch. And then I have several kinds of food prawn, in which case you just say what color hair or no girl at all. It is up to you, my love. And thank you to all the donors, to Ike, to Ross Khan, to Chuck. Chuck has been amazing. You guys are wonderful. We appreciate the hell out of you. You know.
Hashtag Ross Khan was right.
When is Ross Khan
Yeah,
wrong?
especially about beaners.
Yeah, she was right about this beaner.
Oh
Hi,
my
Ross
God.
Khan.
And again, thank you, Chuck. We've got to get some videos for these people going. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. And and here's the thing. All I want to do still, I appreciate the donos. They're beautiful.
She's gonna cry like me.
But I still want to talk about this case, man. Like I keep asking OG since he came up. Like, what's your opinion about? Because you have kind of a center of the road when it comes to feminists. You're not really for or against Too Strong. What's your feeling about this like idea that the feminists are like banding together to stick up for people who are unaliving other people?
I think it's evil. I think it's evil, and I think we're realizing why previous societies didn't give women power, or they were told they were relegated to certain things. The reason I am middle of the road is most societies were middle of the road until it became like things like letting women make decisions like on juries and that type thing. If you look back at it, they were not allowed to have those decisions because they could be emotionally influenced or influenced about stupid stuff. So, I mean, I don't hate women. I love women. I think we should protect women. I do joke around and say women are stupid and make bad decisions, but everybody is stupid and makes bad decisions. So, like, while there's truth there, it applies to everyone. I think that this particular stuff with the trial you're getting because of the lack of control in media, the publishing houses, is to put it in the 1920 sense, are allowed to say and do and manipulate people's minds how they see fit for profit, and they get everybody worked up. They divide everybody for profit, and then they start pandering to their niche. And there's plenty of feminist niches out there, and this whole push for abortion, this whole push for destroying the nuclear or extended family. is what's the cause of this. And now women are told that they have so many more problems than they actually do in society, and the feminists have bought it to the point that they have adopted some sort of group narcissism where men have no problems whatsoever. The patriarchy benefits them. Men are not disposable. Men are somehow gods on a pedestal in this society, even though the opposite has been true since humanity exists. It's always been kind of like the opposite, right? Where we've worshipped vagina and women because they are the people that produce our children, the next generation. And I think that we are completely heading towards destruction as a society, because of it. And I think that we need to I think there's some things that we're really going to have to ban. And the whole I'm just a libertarian or I just want freedom argument is not going to save society, because we're past that point. There's some people that need to be told to shut the fuck up.
OG,
I have a
go ahead. I'm sorry.
After real quick, you first. I have a clip that I feel we need to play for Chuck. Okay. So, but you first, please. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna risk being the simp quake of 2026 of August 25th of the simp quake. It might happen, so please don't be angry at me. I'm being very good faith with what I'm saying. OG said some very salient things there that made a lot of sense and logically followed. My issue here is this: we had a bunch of people that had a bat signal put up to come in and save Wishy Bishy from the mean men. The mean Orthodox Christian man, right? So so OG said women have to be protected against, certain things they should be. And I agree there. The weaker vessel, as a Christian, you're supposed to protect them. But here, my question would be this: should a woman be platformed in the public like this, where she could be scrutinized and attacked by people we'd prefer to protect her from? Or you wouldn't put your children up on this platform. And you certainly shouldn't put a woman either if she's a weaker vessel. And if we gotta come in and simp and do the simp save a person kind of situation, are we doing a woman a favor by allowing her to have a platform? Because you just said that women kind of can't be responsible for their emotions.
Well, most people are stupid to make bad decisions, and as you can see. By Cypher as the example, men can also be emotional. And see, here's the thing, right?
That's whataboutism. But that's whataboutism.
No, this is an answer to your question, because what you're seeing is not us having to protect women and not holding them accountable. What you're seeing is tribal warfare. There is a tribe on the internet who wants to shut down dissonant that they don't like. They've decided that they don't like Witchy or her opinions, and because they don't like her, they don't have a right to speak. Right. And it's not men. The men in the Crucible are not attacking her. It's two guys and a crowd of women that I disrespectfully call the Pleasure Squad, because that's all they are for the Crucible. So it's Cypher, Emmett, and then every other female that's in the Crucible that goes after.
Right. But I'm asking. I'm not trying to make this necessarily personalized. I am using this anecdotally as an example of, and I agree. I think that women should be protected. Of course, children should be protected. I've been on record, and it really irritates feminists, as saying that women and children need and require and do best when men set boundaries for them. And I know that really ruffles a lot of feminist feathers. I think Wishy has heard me say it before and hasn't gotten super offended, because I think she understands that there's no hatred in my heart when I say these words. I actually have the utmost respect, and I don't allow weak women to be around me. No, weak mentally.
You shouldn't allow weakness around you, regardless.
Exactly. But so here's the thing: I have very strong women in my orbit. Very, very strong women. Some of the strongest women I've got massive amounts of respect for them. But if we have to, and pardon the phrase, this is not directed at anyone. If we got a Captain Save-A-Ho and get on our white steed and come in and save a woman from a platform that she's choosing to be on, espousing things she wants to talk about. Now, hold on. Again, this isn't an attack. This is if it has nothing to do with.
Agree with you. I want to agree with you. I agree with you, and I didn't circle the wagons.
I
But you have
agree.
to understand also, Beth, this is her first time seeing me run a stream.
Mhm.
She wasn't around with my old channel when I used to run streams, and she's nervous about her channel. That's why she's sticking around for my first few of these, because she's
Well,
nervous about her channel because people do attack other people. And here's the thing:
she
you have
also
to
doesn't have full
understand.
control.
You also have to understand I don't have full control at this point, and more importantly, the the idea of calling in these other people was not about necessarily about just saving me. It was the idea, look what happened. There was an attack on the channel, and when you have where we all restream with each other on each other's channels, like I think my restream is still going even though my laptop is
Yes.
down right now.
Yes, it is.
So when we do that with each other, we want to look out for each other, that's if one of us goes down, the others are there to help.
Right.
And we've had attacks already. However, I do want it made perfectly clear that the person who had the most control, if Beth
Agreed.
wasn't there, was me. So even if they came to quote save me, all I had to do was what I did and drop him. He's welcome. Everyone is welcome to talk if they're gonna respectfully do so. You don't have to respect me to behave respectably and present yourself as a respectable person. That has nothing to do with respecting me. It has to do with self-respect. And if you're not going to show self-respect, I have no time for that.
And I want to second that. That's the whole thing is he can say whatever he wants to me, and I don't care. But the second that you're starting to threaten my channel, which is this is how I feed my children. Okay, because right now we're in a
You
weird.
you don't have to explain yourself to anybody.
This is how I pay my fucking bills. And if you're
Can
gonna
I
come up
say
here and
something?
hang on, if you're gonna say you're coming up here and you want to fuck my shit up, you best be ready for me to say, "Boop, no, you're not," and say something quick because then I have a video I would like to play to say thank you to Chuck. I need to make a video for Ike. And I say make a video because I don't think I could find one that suits the man. He's too legendary.
I do
So we're
gotta
gonna
ask you.
talk
I
about
do
that.
gotta ask you a question though.
The fucking video of Ike is what you could play for him.
Yeah, the video of Ike. I'll drop it in the back chat.
Please send it to me. 10th, what's your question, real quick, or do you want me to play this first? It's very short.
Well,
It's
I also have a question for you, and I can.
I do too.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let me play the short.
I have a question too.
Keep your questions. Let me play the short to say thank you to Chuck for helping out so much today. Oops.
Kitty.
There
I'm
we go.
happy. I'm happy now.
Thank you, Chuck, for your support today. Starting with 10th man because he called it first, and then moving to OG, and then Chuck, and then Mike. I'll take whatever question you got too.
Yeah, I for sure don't have a question. So
Oh, you're a fucking.
no, I'm saying that's the issue.
Okay.
No person came on a steed, right? People were saying, "Hey, shit's popping off," and then I saw a clip where it said about the strike. Someone was talking about a strike, and that's when I said, "Okay, I got to get off this call. I'm coming over to take care of business." I had no idea really what was going on, so I'm having a hard time actually controlling myself right now because of a lot of stuff that's just happened since I've been up here, right?
You should have seen it earlier. Dragon Fist came over and jumped me about Dusty.
No, but I'm saying, like, can we get back to the actual discussion?
Yes.
Thanks.
I keep trying. I asked OG, how about you, 10th? What's your
I'm
opinion?
aware.
Do you think
Go ahead,
that
dear.
do you think that there's a possibility that that these feminists are influencing the courts and that's going to have a negative impact on society, where they're coming out, not even big numbers, but in enough numbers to get media attention on these cases, these big cases of women unaliving people?
So my response to that would be the opinion of, I believe it was Cornell University, when they did a study of Supreme Court decisions and how courts operate just in general. And they stated that courts do not make decisions based on the law. They make them based on what the society will tolerate at the time.
Well,
This is
hold
a
on,
fact.
hold on, though.
GS,
Andrew
I for
Wilson,
sure do not want to fucking engage with you, bro.
no.
You're the
Andrew
reason why
Wilson,
I can't control myself. I dare you.
Wilson.
I dare you to keep talking.
Hey, excuse me. I want, please, I'm begging you, bring the temperature down a little bit.
I'm
It
not
has
even
been
angry.
a fucking shit show. I got you. GS, you're not.
Not
Yes,
shit
I'm
show.
asking you to bring it down some, please.
Andrew Wilson made it very clear that women are retarded and can't be held responsible for unaliving anything. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Can we let 10th finish? Because I was actually
10th,
listening.
please.
No, I was
Floor is yours.
finished. I was wondering what you were going to say to what I said.
So GS has responded. Well, I think that quite often people think the courts are about law when really, and that the court of public opinion doesn't matter, but when really you're right. Everything is based on a current interpretation of the law based on the temperature, as Beth was talking about, of the society currently. And I think it's Den's turn next to answer kind of the same question, like, where do you think this is a reflection in society?
I just want to point out that it's not that people think courts are about the law. It's that we're brainwashed from the time before we're born and then educated and trained and threatened to believe that courts are about the law, that they are blind to gender and race and class, and that it's the crucible of fairness and truth, meaning the courtroom. So I agree that that's not true. I just want to point out that isn't just because, people pull that shit out of their ass. We're lied to by these very institutions that claim to be fair and balanced, while they, basically make decisions about based upon how they feel.
So
I disagree, but
okay, Chuck, take it. How do you?
but
disagree?
anyway, my statement was, in my avatar, I put that uniform on. As long as the Constitution gives women's rights, that's what I fought for. Now, in my personal life, it could be different, but as long as the Constitution is still in play and that's what I defended, that's what I'm going by.
Right, but my question then, Chuck, is, okay, number one, it's an amendment to the Constitution, so that means the Constitution has already changed and can be changed again, number one. And number two, if it's about standing up for the Constitution, do you think that should extend to the point where women are given special privileges in the courts where they get lower sentences, or like in this case, a bunch of people are advocating that this woman's completely innocent and the other one, Karen Reed, got off?
I can point out the spaghetti guy, Luigi something, whatever his name was. I can point out, I can point out the kid from Texas, Anthony, whatever his name was. I can point out case after case where it holds true the same for men as it does for women on public opinion. There is no special dispensation, in my view, because look at the Anthony case. There's a couple others that just slipped my mind, but they're doing it for both sides.
Do you know how much time the woman for Casey Anthony got?
No. I'm sorry. The kid, the black kid that killed the white kid, Austin Murphy or Metcalf.
Kamalo Anthony.
Thank you.
He went to prison.
But look at the funds that society raised trying to dissuade the court to do what they did.
And it didn't do fuck all. How is that proof that women aren't, that men don't get different treatment? He went to jail.
here's the point I'm making here,
What
Chuck. Is
happened?
all those
Is
people.
the
Wait, let me finish.
Clancy case over?
Yeah, pretty much. Let me finish. So Clancy already
Okay.
confessed, and so she's already been found guilty. What they're doing now is a hearings about her competency to go to prison, or if she should go to a mental institution. There is no ifs, ands, or but about her being locked up for life. It's either mental
Gotcha.
institution or prison. That's where we're at legally with her. However, the point being made here is like, I was relating to this to the Karen Reed trial, where these internet sleuth feminists kind of turned public opinion, and she got off. I don't know if she did it or not. I think the investigation was botched to begin with. But she didn't get convicted, that's for sure. And so the idea that we're saying here is,
Well, did I lose signal?
I think we
I think
lost.
we
We
lost
lost you for Richie.
sorry.
We lost you for about 10 seconds. So just go back 2 sentences and continue.
So the question here more, Chuck, is if Clancy or Reed were a man, would it be different? And you chose the evidence of Carmelo Anthony, where if Carmelo Anthony had been a woman threatened by a man, that whole thing would have gone differently, as opposed to a black boy threatened by a white boy, as the narrative goes.
That's not the point I was trying to make. I thought you guys were making the point where society was dictating the outcome of court cases.
Well,
I
it
thought
does
that's
to
what
a
you get.
degree. It's influenced by that, is what Tent said, that society
Oh, okay.
influences how the courts make a ruling. However,
So I got a little.
the big argument here that we're talking about is whether or not would a woman get more leniency in the case of unaliving their child than a man would, i.e. the Clancy case.
I would say no. Look at the Lori Vallow case, whatever her name was, the one that planted her kids.
I think the concept is overall, Chuck, not like a very anecdotal, like maybe something that has a lot of like exculpatory and inculpatory.
Okay,
like
I'm gonna have to
overall.
bow out and do more research on that then.
Okay, so for by way of some anecdotal evidence in my state, and I'm not going to give specific cases or details. In my state, Beth and I had talked about this earlier, and I mentioned that in my state, there's a lot of these kind of cases of parents not caring properly for their children, so to speak, and the state's involvement in it, and lots of other things. However, the one thing that is in common is that if both parents are involved, the mother gets less time. If only the mother is involved, she gets less time than if only the father is involved. And this is just statistical analysis. I'm not.
Happens in serial killer cases too. Certain ones where there was a male and a female, and the female gets to go, "Oh, I was just, coerced by the man."
Right. And they get lesser prison, even skipping being coerced by a man. Even if the bitch comes up and says, "Yep, I did it," like, I would say 7 out of 10 times she gets less time than a man would get.
Well, other people make the excuse for her that he made her. Like, there was a woman here in Santa Fe who crashed head on into a firefighter and unalived him. She was running from the cops. She called in while she was on this police chase herself and said she had been kidnapped. And when they stopped her, there was no one else in the car but her. But she was trying to get away with running from the cops by saying she was kidnapped, even though she was alone. This is how women manipulate the system.
And it takes away female agency, which is the ironic part.
So we all agree to repeal the suffering of women? I mean, suffrage.
If they want equality, give them equality.
Anecdotal, my girlfriend at the time killed her 3 kids and got 3 life sentences. That's I mean, if you want to do anecdotes.
No, what I'm saying, Chuck, I didn't mean any shade on it. What I'm saying is, I think the question was broadly overall. I don't know what the data would say, but it sounds like Wishy Bish has done some research into it, and so has Beth.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know the particulars of it either. So it wasn't a criticism of your assertion or assessment. It was, I think overall they were wondering, society.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little more research. It's been so long, I don't know what the data says now.
It's just almost like none of you guys ever saw the South Park episode where Ike was dating the teacher.
So I don't base my life. I don't base my life off of Hollywood. Sorry.
Chuck, you
Yeah,
have
if he
to
understood. Yeah, if he
you
understood.
have to understand that
Chuck, it's a joke.
stories exist to explain cultural norms and not norms to
Yeah.
people. We have
Yeah.
literally shared and expressed values through storytelling since we were fucking cavemen in a fire, like around the fire.
Jeez, I think
Now,
there's
Especially
something called the
most
Bible
difficult
like that.
truths.
Like the episode of South Park, by the way, Ike is the little brother of the Jewish kid, and he is in kindergarten. He
Yeah.
has a quote unquote sexual
He's from
relationship
Canada,
with his teacher, and his teacher winds up like grooming him and offing herself. And all the police and the men in society are just like, nice every time they're
Yeah.
talking about it.
He's doing his
And
teacher. Nice.
I wish I wish I could have been abused by my teacher, Miss Henderson. And meanwhile,
Yeah.
all the women are like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? This is a young person being abused." That's the story, because that's how society actually reacts when a young man is groomed by an older woman. They go, "Nice."
Yeah, kind of low key feels like a victimless crime in most of our minds. I think it's almost like a pat on the back. Good job. I mean,
I have a
I'm not,
son.
I'm not
I have a
advocating it. I'm just saying.
yeah. No, I have a
It's
son,
a
and
rite of passage.
hang on. I have a son. Okay, and
Abuse is a rite of passage.
my son's sisters are both they're 7 and 8 years older than he is. Okay, and my stepdaughter's friends thought my son was hot. They were
Me
like
too,
they were
Dusty.
FaceTiming him and like saying shit to him, and I had a problem with it. And my son's looking at me like I have 3 heads. I'm like, you're fucking 16. These girls are 21, 22. What the fuck? He's like, nice. And
I mean, it's only 5 years different at that point. This teacher was a whole ass 20, 30 years
hello,
older than I.
Mwah,
So
good to
there's
see you,
been
Dusty. You missed the fun, Dusty. Dragon Fist came over here and wanted to fight with me about you, sir. Holy shit. What the hell?
Yeah, because obviously he's too much of a coward to go up on Dusty's and confront him directly. So this is how these
Is
people work.
Dusty on panel or
Pardon?
well,
chat?
just so you know,
He's
Ted.
in
Just so you
chat.
know,
He's in chat.
just so you know, Ted.
Dusty, Beth had a Barbie episode a while ago. Machine Gun Kelly got loose in chat.
Machine Gun Kelly.
Just
So-
so you know,
Yes, ma'am.
I literally told him that. when
Hi,
he did it.
ICP.
I literally told him, why don't you go talk to Dusty about this?
Yeah,
We've talked
because
about
like
this
Dusty's
ad
been calling him out for a
infinitum, and I
while,
go-
if I recall. Right? Sorry, you go ahead, dear. I thought you were done.
I was just saying, I told him we've gone over this ad infinitum, panel after panel. I don't want to fucking talk about it today. And he.
Well, I wasn't
didn't like
here, else you know what would have happened. I would have paid Beth, even though I can't afford it because I have to pay for my roof, to talk to him 1 versus 1, because this is how those people operate. That's why OG's so angry, right? And I feel it, right?
And I'm angry because I can't punch them in real life.
I know, buddy, I know. But this is the problem is they want, once again, and Dusty's mentioned this, we've all talked about this. When they come up against a man who's like, nah, bitch, I'm willing to take the charge, then they want to run away. But they'll come up here when it's 2 ladies running a panel trying to talk about something that's not, and then they want to come up and confront you guys about Dusty.
Right.
But Dusty's live almost every night.
Right.
Can we get back to like what Wishy wanted to talk about? And because I think there's some greater societal interesting things that like Wishy on SSRIs.
Hang on. GS Dusty though. Dusty is just doing a drive-by, and we're giving him an update on what the fuck he missed. That is all there is to that.
So, like, was she on SSRIs? Is there stuff in the food? Was
Oh,
she too
yes.
over
my
Yes.
God.
Yes. She
medicated? I
was.
mean, that
So
to
here's,
me,
let me tell you a little story. Let me
big
tell you a little
pharma,
story about the case.
and drama looping on the internet, I think, is where we're going wrong, man. I think
Chuck,
societally. Go ahead. I go
Chuck,
ahead,
you did
Richie.
nothing wrong.
Yeah, Chuck, you
Let
did
me,
great. You're
Nah,
You
awesome,
did
brother,
by
you're
the
nothing
way.
good, Chuck.
wrong. Thank you for the dono, sir. You've done nothing
everything
wrong.
is
Did he
wonderful.
leave?
Nobody's really
No,
done
he's here.
anything wrong.
Oh,
We're
okay.
just all
Chuck, no,
kind
you're
of,
good.
we're
But
all
there was
kind of,
money on the table, so I apologize for interrupting. But I try to show immediate attention to those who
Yeah, yeah.
invest in me. So my apologies for interrupting. Chuck, you've done nothing wrong. You are
Yeah,
all
and
good, homie.
Witchy, I don't think Beth's being disrespectful. You are very low. She didn't mean to interrupt you there, I don't think. She didn't hear you. I
Sorry.
could barely hear you. So,
yeah,
but anyway, go ahead, Witchy.
Beth can talk over me all
Yeah,
she
don't worry.
wants,
I'm
and
just I'm
most
just
of the
trying to
time,
address
most
it. So
people
go
can.
ahead, Witchy. I was
It's
also
because
trying to make sure nobody
my
else
laptop has
interrupted.
not, my laptop has not returned to functional. He's still fucking around with it. So,
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
So now
but
GS was actually asking about SSRIs, and you were going to tell us about the stuff.
right, I want to tell you a little story about the case, since that's what we're discussing from what I understand of it. This is not verbatim. I'm not reading this. We're not watching a video. So, grant me some grace in this is not verbatim. My understanding is this woman suffered from mental health. Postpartum specifically was mentioned. I don't know if there's diagnosis. After her third child. She suffered it greatly to the point where she had gone to her family, her in laws, her husband, her doctor, and she had been to 2 inpatient treatment facilities who had sent her away, saying her plan wasn't clear enough to be, I guess, valid or whatever, or, they thought she would go follow through with it. Her exact plan is exactly what happened. She said she was going to unalive her children and then herself. The story goes from the white feminists that he knew of her mental illness, all the drugs that she had been flip-flopped on from the various places she had gone, and none of them checked with each other what she'd been on 10 days ago before they put her on something new, right? Or even told her, stop taking that while I give you this. So there's this long list of drugs that most of them were actually in her system, because she was hospitalized, because she did try to unalive herself as well and failed. This is the official story. Now, these white women who are got like Karen Reed off, in my opinion, whether she's guilty or not, these women have stepped up and are saying that they believe that the father, who now has a new girlfriend and is moving on with his life, has a new kid, new wife, I think even, and that he, knowing she had these mental health episodes, set her up to be a patsy, kind of like Candace says about Tyler, so that he could move on with his life without her and the kids. And there's evidence that they believe they have to support it. And some of it is, I mean, it's all circumstantial, but some of it is kind of interesting. Like, that's kind of weird, but doesn't necessarily prove one side or the other. And the fact of the matter is the woman confessed, and all they are discussing now in the trial. So that's why we're not really discussing the trial. I'm talking more about the protests around it and how it affects society, because the whole hearing now is just whether or not she goes to prison or a mental institution. She's guilty already. She's pled guilty by reason of insanity, but that state doesn't allow it. So they're bending some kind of legal rule to sneak it in.
So, and you explained this to those people and they didn't listen. All right, go ahead, GS.
So it sounds to me like, okay, now this is going to probably, it might wrinkle some feathers, but hear me out. I don't mean any harm by it, but it sounds like an adult female knew that she was having distress and issues and problems, asked every avenue she could for help from the medical field, at the very least, if not the psychological field as well, and was basically blown off and ignored. But if a 8-year-old kid says, I feel like something, like I'm trapped in another person, we'll put you on all kinds of drugs in order to get you to stop your puberty. But like this grown ass woman is ignored by the medical field, but we're supposed to believe a child can tell if they're in the right or wrong body. I mean, fucking make it make sense.
This is what we were kind of talking about. Sorry, that was a water truck, but this is what we were kind of talking about at the beginning, that we don't have a healthcare system, we have a malpractice system, because like you're talking, those kids are put on meds. She was put on meds too. Like I said, there was a lot of different prescription drugs in her system that were prescribed to her, as some of them indicated from what I could tell as a layman person and what other people are pointing out. So the question becomes, is pharma responsible? Is she responsible? Is her husband responsible? Is their entire family responsible? Because none of them either removed her from the house to go stay with her parents, or took the children out of the house while she worked through this. Like, because this went over at least several months that I'm aware of, this went on over. So there was CPS, I think, was even involved at one point. So it's really confusing. And but the bigger question I had is if these feminists are advocating for these kind of women to be free, they believe she's innocent. They don't even believe she's guilty. Like, what kind of society do we live in where if it were a father and not the mother, say the father were actually the one, none of these white knight women, since white knighting is a topic, would have ever been there for him.
You mean like Chris Watts?
What happened with Chris
Yes,
Watts again?
AC.
Well, I'm just saying.
It sounds really familiar. I just can't remember what it is.
This is the guy who killed his wife and kids, stuck the kids in a fucking oil tanker.
Oh, that guy, yeah. Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna
he's gonna make
force.
You know he's gonna marry, right? He's gonna be remarried in jail.
I heard that.
Yeah. It's just amazing that, like, this guy does all this shit, and then the girl's like, you know what? I don't care. I just give him more babies.
So the question I would ask to continue this conversation in a particular direction, I think might be meaningful, or maybe it isn't. Maybe I'm wrong. What the lesson that we're learning from society is, if I observe that society is as it is, we've shut down asylums. We have said that kids know better than adults. Big pharma rules the roost and runs the day. Big box stores get to stay open while mom and pops get shut down while the Wu flu's on there. I mean, so the question I have to say is the society that we have a bug or a feature? Meaning, is it by design broken as intended? I think that's a rhetorical question in my mind. I think the answer is a resounding yes. But I'm curious what the panel. I mean, because we can observe that things are fucked up and shit. Stuff is fucked up and shit. Okay, it's just really fucked up and shit. Did we forget how to hashtag adult as a society, or are we being indoctrinated to not act like freaking men and women? Not meaning like, gender specific, but like adult men and women. Like, did we forget how to govern? Did we forget how to do medicine? Did we forget how to work? Or is this by design in order to deteriorate our society for a takeover? Because it feels like the West is about to fall.
This is where I wanted to get. I love you now, GS. Thank you. So Dan and I have had this kind of conversation a lot of times, and one of the things that I've discussed with him is this idea that in order to have global governance, and I'm not even going to get into small hats, so let's not do that. In order to have global governance, you first have to undermine the nations. Everywhere you go, there is unrest where people don't trust their countries, and more is being revealed to make us not trust them. This is already happening. 2, you need global currency. Bitcoin, introduced as a way to get away from fiat, which was genius, is now a global currency and can easily be converted. And you need a overall societal failure in the structure of things, in that you can't trust anything is what it seems. I can't tell that you're a man or a woman just by looking at you. Eventually it's going to be, I can't tell if you're black or white just by looking at you. We had that Dolezal woman, right? She got away with it for a long ass fucking time. It's eventually it's going
Rachel,
to be, I can't tell if you're Armenian or American or African, and you're going to see a global culture arise from this. And it is definitely something that has been perpetuated, planned, and carried out meticulously, especially with tech. Wait, was that a mic
and
drop? Nobody said anything.
no, well, because everybody agrees, I think. But
No,
but
that makes it a mic drop. Oh my god, I got
what's the
my
way to
first
what's the
I do
solution?
not
I got my
agree.
first mic drop. Oh my god, I'm in
Let
heaven.
Chuck go. He's the detractor.
Do you all not have free will, the ability to free think? Society has the same thing. They got the ability. I mean, that's how the Tea Party came about, was
I
free
disagree.
thinking, free will. If they push hard enough, then they're going to get retaliation.
So I think Chuck's argument, and I agree with it, is the government's right up to the line, and if they go over the line, there's going to be
Yeah,
pushback, and then they'll retreat a little bit. And it's kind of like the boiled, getting in hot water, right? At first, you're going to scald your skin, but if you get in it and then introduce more hot water, you can increase the temperature dramatically without having to want to jump out of it.
correct.
So that's a really good point, Chuck, because it's like, obviously we're okay with the level of tyranny we're being governed by, and corrupt corporate tyranny, however you want to describe it, because we're still dealing with it. We're still putting up with it. Is that your argument, Chuck?
Yeah, we're not getting burned yet. We're just getting a little lukewarm water right now.
If I
But
may, just for one
once
second.
they,
Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
You go,
No,
Chuck.
go.
No, you go, Chuck. No, you, please.
Once they hit that line, though, they're going to have a huge problem on their hands. I mean, the Boston Tea Party happened because they crossed that line and enough people got fed up. People still have free choice, free thinking, whatever you want to call it. If you start burning enough people, they're going to retaliate in mass.
So, guys, I do want to throw out there that we've got about 20 minutes before we wrap up. And as I understand it, Beth is not offering paid extensions at this time, but we will let you know at the end where you can head to. There's some breaking news that's being covered in about 20 minutes. But I did want to ask if Den's awake, because I kind of want to hear him address free will with Chuck, because Chuck, you say that we all agree we have free will, and that's where I'm kind of like in a very gray area. I don't know about free or will. Both of those words kind of sit wrong with me. I think we make choices based on circumstances, and I don't think that has any freedom or anything to do with will. So that's where you and I are going to maybe have a disagreement.
Do
But
you
Ben doesn't
think
believe free
you're a
will exists at
slave?
all.
Do you actually think you're an actual slave?
No.
Okay.
Oh
That's
man, I'm
because
gonna
of
say
free will.
I don't believe in circumstances. We create our own circumstances. I know even Denison gets upset when I say these things. A lot of people get upset. I get it, but think about it. You're in the situation. You could get yourself out of that situation, and I know it's going to be very complicated for most people.
I got somebody in my chat, Wishy. I don't know if you actually. They said, "GS, read her civil lawsuit," meaning the lady that we're talking about. She's filing against her doctors, where she details how
Yes.
they were how that she's unalived her children. So I guess go ahead.
So yes, there is a
By the way, I love you,
lawsuit.
Denison.
There's not.
Sorry.
There's
I'm
not
gonna
a lot available.
interject
What's up, Mike?
next.
Sorry, Mike, but I just want to answer this real quick. There is a lawsuit. There's not a whole lot available on it. You really should look into it, because that's one of the other topics me and Beth wanted. Beth really wanted to touch on that topic, the pharmaceutical part. But go ahead, Beth. I'm sorry.
Real quick, everybody. we are going to be shutting down here in about 15 minutes. The Powder Dusty will be going live with a very, very special topic, which I think those of us who are aware of it are kind of excited about it. This is big. This is big news. In the meantime, please help out, subscribe to the channel, drop some donos. You guys
Channels.
have been amazing.
Lots of restreaming going on. Subscribe to all the channels, guys.
All the channels.
If any
I'm gonna
mods
Not
can
mine.
drop some links for the panelists, please do before we get out of here. That would be really awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mike 23 as well. Let me stop. I don't have a channel. Just kidding.
Is Denizen going to take the baton from Witchy? Denizen?
I don't know if he's even awake, guys. He was up all night with
Otherwise,
Beth.
I would like to
fallen
just say
asleep.
something real quick.
Oh my God, I'm having problems here. Go ahead. I was just giving a heads up that we're ending soon.
Oh, okay. So Dusty's going live with like breaking news, is what you're saying? That's
Yes.
pretty
I
cool.
said breaking news.
I
said
wonder if it's any of the
breaking
stuff
news.
I sent them, or I'd
So,
be so excited.
I'll tell you
okay.
what.
That's
What
not what I was
I
going to say.
see is
Go ahead and put it out there.
I will give the title right now. The title is to be 1000% accurate. Sorry. It is, where'd it go? Former Crucible insider goes scorched earth on Andrew Wilson.
It's begun.
That begins at 8 p.m. Eastern in 15 minutes. So
I'll be there.
let's get
Let's
in our
eat.
More or less
My
like
thing-
8:30, Beth. Like it maybe
Let's
9
eat
o'clock.
our own. I
Don't
love
shut
it.
down till he goes live. 'Cause
Yeah,
you know how it goes.
mostly like 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, especially if
Yeah.
he's got someone else coming on there.
Well, you know,
then-
if you want Beth to edge for you guys, you need to, remind her, how big your dick wallet is.
Now, I will say this, gentlemen, ladies. I have been noticing and reading Andrew Wilson's body language over the last week and a half, ever since this debate. 2 days after the debate, he seems very nervous. He seems very sweaty. He made a confession recently. He said, "I've not been perfect, but I've been on the straight and narrow for a good long while now. And people are just trying to dig up dirt on me." I've got a funny feeling that he knew that, listen, this is what happens when you have hubris. This is when pride goeth before the fall. This is what happens when you act like you're damn well untouchable.
Yes.
And I hate to see it, because I think we need brilliant minds to fight the good fight, but not if you're corrupt doing Faustian deals and selling your soul for a payday. And I don't know if that's what's happening with him, but sometimes every now and then you need your
I think it's worse than that, but
I think it is too.
He wants power.
Yeah. So now I wanted to address what you guys were talking about, Chuck and everybody. So
Go ahead.
like, I don't want to say what JS was saying. I used to like Andrew. I used to talk to Andrew, right? But anyway, we'll move on from that. We're going to get enough of Andrew on Dusty's. So, as for free will, I believe that free will is like that study that they did where by differing degree of variation, 50 to 80 or 70% or somewhere around there, by differing degrees of variation, of people do not actually have self-awareness. They are unable to visualize things. If you say, imagine 4 apples, imagine those 4 apples spinning around in a circle, right? They can't imagine that. They don't see the picture in their brain. And I believe that's self-awareness, right? Like actually having an imagination, being able to see outside of yourself, being able to empathize and actually get inside someone's head and feel what they're feeling, even though that's not the way that you feel. And I believe that is what you guys call a soul. And I don't think that everybody has one. I don't think that all people are people. I believe that some people are just drones. That's what I believe. And I can show it to you.
Yeah.
Can somebody put Wishy's channel in the back?
I put, yep, coming right up.
Thank
It
you, Beth.
is right here.
So simulation theory 10th
No,
No.
or just NPCs?
and that was the study with these 50 to 80% with different. It was that most people are NPCs.
Well,
They
I mean,
literally just operate off of the input, like whatever they were taught when they were 4. That's why they vote the same party lines. That's why they stay in the same town, because they're just an NPC in a video game.
Most people rather die than think. That people
Yes.
are not thinking anymore.
That's kind of what I was going to say. It's like if I have to think, it means I have to make a decision. If I have to make a decision, it means I could be held responsible for a poor decision, when I would rather have somebody else to blame for why I am in the
Did it
predicament.
break?
And
Exactly.
and
Not
to
taking
10th man, that's
responsibility.
exactly to 10th man's point, is people would rather be led than be a leader, but they also want to be able to bitch about all their leaders at the same time. So it's kind of, yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
But this is what we've discussed this previously. So yes, and so that's when it comes to the point where you don't give everybody the option to speak their opinion. You know what? Like I also tried to explain, stupid is a social contagion. You cannot convince somebody that they're stupid. The only thing that will break them out of that is like very, very strong emotional responses to horrible things. So when somebody gets infected by stupid, as we saw earlier on this panel, there's no point trying to break them out of it. It's literally like they have the zombie virus. It's World War Z. They're pulling helicopters out of the sky. If you're trying to reason with a zombie, you're stupid.
Yeah. I agree.
Because that motherfucker's going to eat your face, as we saw. And since everybody's still silent, and as I've told a lot of people on these streets, if we were in Walking Dead, you would be one of the dead on Walking Dead, just by the way that you're acting right now, because you're a threat to the group. Bye-bye.
Fuck that. I'm fighting back. I'm taking some motherfuckers with me. You best count on that shit. I know how to file
for a second.
I know how to handle firearms. Okay, I'm not at the bottom of the pecking order. Just saying.
You're a woman. Yes, you are.
I am a really
Why
good
do we
shot.
keep letting
I
these
won medals
retarded
in
women
high
talk
school.
on their shows?
I won medals in high school, just so you know. Not saying I'm an expert. I'm not an expert, but I am damn good shot.
Okay, so for
It's
a
a-
second, let this restarted woman make it about her drama. It will
No,
just
I'm
take
joking.
30 seconds.
Can I just tell Beth?
Really
Actually,
fucking
women are
easy.
better. Go ahead.
Really
They
fucking
are.
AC. You finally subbed to my new channel. Really fucking AC. Anyway, that's all.
I didn't even know you had a new channel. Quit
I
trying.
just got your channel. I couldn't find it.
Everybody, please make sure that you are subbing to this wonderful woman here. She has done some heavy lifting today. She has been under fire since we started.
Well,
It started off
sounds
with
like she
Dragon
wants
Fist.
us to unsub now. Shit.
Hey, yo, don't interrupt the host. Listen,
No, Chuck,
we
I wasn't
started.
talking to you. I was teasing AC. He's an old friend I've known for a long time, and I was shocked that he wasn't already subbed, Chuck. It wasn't about you asking me for the link. I was picking on AC in particular.
I was being facetious.
We started off though with Dragon Fist coming up here wanting to fucking grill us about Dusty. And then came the Pleasure Squad yelling because they don't like Witchy's fucking position. And then what do? Cypher fucking takes advantage of his wrench, which he no longer has, and he purged my chat. Thank God you all came out alive. I thank you for your grace.
I find that especially disgusting as a lunatic, because as a lunatic, I still
could have been a
wouldn't
sniper,
do that
Abby.
shit. I still wouldn't do that. I think I would never abuse my wrench.
Abby, I would challenge
Welcome to the Tim
Andrew
Show.
Wilson. I would challenge Andrew Wilson
Fuck yourself, Chuck.
to a precision shooting match with rifles.
I was
Any day of
joking,
the week.
sir.
Any day of the week. Okay.
Yeah, excuse him. He's
It's all
retarded.
good, bro.
Just saying.
Yeah, I am retarded.
We're all retarded today. It's been a long fucking day, ladies and gentlemen. Long
I
day.
think I'm gonna have
Goodbye,
to.
Ross Khan. I love you. Mwah. Thank you so much for gracing
Hashtag
my
Ross Khan was
channel.
right.
Thank you. She usually is. Ross Khan is usually right. And I thank you, madam, for gracing my channel with your presence. I know you're a lurker. And so when you come out of the bushes, that's a very special event. It is just absolutely wonderful to see you. Ashton, wonderful to see you. Abby, great to see you. We are shutting down in about 10 minutes for the Powdered Dusty, who has a very special episode coming up. You don't want to miss it. I'll make sure the links are in the chat. Anybody who wants to say thank you for an amazing show today, first, please dono to Witchy, and then dono to me. I mean, usually it's the other way around, but yo, that woman has taken some lashings today, and she held her own, and I got nothing but love and support. Witchy, you are welcome to host panels anytime on my channel.
Yeah, I
for
think
sure.
I think we're probably gonna do this like maybe every Thursday. Yeah.
Your spot, ma'am. I love it.
So, since she wants to close down, guys, I think we should do kind of a round robin, and I guess maybe start. I would say start with Den, but I think he's asleep. So maybe generally.
Hold on, let me go first.
specific-
Real quick,
Oh,
let me go first.
wait.
because-
You got extra time. Now he's not starting till 8:15. So we got 15 extra
No,
minutes.
it's going to be like
Well, I'm gonna drop
8:30,
down
9
anyways.
o'clock.
They told you.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
going to be
go
like
ahead,
9
AC, if
o'clock.
you're gonna drop
9
down.
o'clock
You
it should
called
be it.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop anyways. Real quick, y'all were talking about free will and decisions. In that lady's household, she was there were plenty of people that could have made decisions, and she took that ability away from them. There is the situation that happened with Chris Benoit in his household. Where someone had an interview with one of the wrestling guys, Paul Heyman, and Paul Heyman says in his little speech, he says 3 people passed away in that house that night, and only one person had the choice behind it. And then right after he says that, he goes, "If that's your boy, fuck you. If this is your chick, if you're gonna back this bitch, fuck you too." I'm out.
Thank you for coming, AC. It's so good to see you. I almost never get to see AC, and I like him. I think he's
love
fun.
you, AC, and I'm so glad you came by. Eye Candy. Thank you so much for coming up on my Beth panel, and come back again.
And Vividness, it was some heavy fucking lifting here today to fix the shitstorm that popped off. It really, really was, dude. Oof. Had me sweating and shaking and oof.
You guys got to fix me and Mike. We're both screwed.
I don't know what to do. Maybe OG has an idea because, guys, I swear to God, I have nobody blocked. Texas
I thought
Bully Mom.
Denizen was the expert.
Texas Bully Mom has had the same problem, and I don't know what to do
Chatter King does too.
This
Yeah,
is
exactly.
Cypher has to do something with that, or is that like
This is
something-
actually one of those rare occurrences where it's actually below someone's pay grade.
Imagine that.
I'll help you out, Biff.
Thank you. Because I don't know. I've gone through everything. You watched me. I shared my screen, checking everything.
I'm mainly joking. I'm sure Dennison will help if we can't figure it out. I was just joking.
Yeah, I just think he's asleep right now, guys. Like Beth said, they had a long discussion last night.
We were up till like 4 in the morning, 4:30.
Yeah, excuses.
Now, GS, I want to be clear. I saw what they said you said in the chat. I have my own show. I was just invited up here.
Go for it, OG. Go.
If Dusty goes on too late, Beth, I am gonna have to leave. I have to pick up my child, so I have to leave here
That's
within like the next
fine.
20.
GS, what is this?
That's the Freedom Tunes. I was just
Okay.
getting into-
Oh yeah, we wanted to watch.
Okay.
Welcome,
Are you
Greg.
ready? This is very much topical.
Give me a sec.
Go for it.
Can I play this first and then Grid?
Yes.
Okay.
That poor baby. Sweet cherub. Rest now, poor itty-bitty toddler.
Can't believe how many evil freaks are out there.
I wouldn't go that far, but they certainly deserved it.
I was talking about the wife.
We were talking about the wife.
What?
It's terrifying. That could have been any of us.
That is terrifying.
So you understand the fear of women.
Very much.
And her husband? He just went out when he had a wife who could kill his kids at any time. Terrifying.
Really is.
How could any man ever leave the house? Do they know how irresponsible that is?
You can't turn your back for 5 seconds, can you?
Wow,
Chain
you're
these bitches
so
to the
emotionally
radiator.
intelligent.
Nothing more than propaganda.
Hear me out.
It's
Maybe
a satire.
murdering
Satire
children
is
is bad.
She ate when she was very last. She was pregnant. She didn't get a prenup. Crunchy. Did her husband when she was under 6 feet?
Wow.
Wait, you're right. You're right.
Thank you. We know.
I just can't believe someone so pretty could do something like that.
She's a monster. Disgusting witch.
Yes.
Let's go.
That's funny. That's fucking funny. I would love
And
to have the link
that's
for
the
that.
problem
Please.
with society.
You're probably right. But it's
Welcome
funny.
to Clay and welcome to Grid One Motorsports. It's good to have both of you gentlemen.
Oh man, I just can't believe. I'm sorry, I just can't believe I made Cypher rage quit like that. I'm gonna put that as a badge of
I
honor.
can't believe he fucking purged my chat. What a little bitch.
I'm glad he did it. At least I'm not alone anymore.
And then he spit
Oh
on
my
your
god.
face.
Okay, hang on, please. So
Well,
the
you
first
get-
thing that happened when this stream, excuse me, gentlemen, please. I'm trying to talk to Grid real fast. So when this stream is supposed to be about the Reed and Clancy crossover with the cases, the first thing that happened was Dragon Fist came up here and wanted to fight with me about Dusty. Then Cypher came on and wanted to fight with Witchy about her positions, and then he went nuclear, said he hopes my channel fails, went to the chat, and he fucking started timing out everybody because he had a wrench. So I had to take away his wrench, fucking boot him, put him in timeout, and then fucking try to fix everybody who was timed out. And we're talking.
Wait, all right, hold on. I feel like I missed something. I've been busy lately. I don't pay attention to the drama end of the drama verse that much. So hold on. So Cypher, that's when whose circle is he? That's when AVG.
AVGs.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. All right.
AVG.
Now Dragon Fist, I know. I was actually talking. It was funny because I was talking to Dragon Fist. I was going to have him at at the event, and we were going to try and get him to the event in Nashville and do some other stuff and do some other work with him. But we were, he's, I don't know, like in the middle of it, he went all weird, and he's like, you're it's too much, whatever drama around me or something. And then he just like, I don't want to work with you. And I'm like, that's totally fine.
You like Dusty.
He came up here, Grid, and was demanding that
that was a woman.
answer
You sound like
for
a woman.
what it was that Andrew Wilson said wrong and was calling Dusty a liar. And I tried to explain to him, listen, before the Sarah thing, yes, every once in a while, just like with anybody else, Andrew would say something that was either funny or stupid, and everybody would make a short about him. Everybody does that. It has nothing to do with what they were talking about. It has nothing to do with the Sarah thing.
You know how me and Dusty don't have to deal with these people? Right.
Yeah.
I ask you, wait, what have I done to these people besides say mean things to them when they say mean things to me? And
I
here's
didn't
the
think
thing.
Dragon
Well, hold
Fist
on, hold on,
even
hold on,
knew
hold on.
me. How does he even know me?
Here's the thing. It's because you tolerate these people and their bullshit. Dusty and I shut the fuck
That's what I was
down.
trying to say earlier.
I have to
You're
agree.
getting into what I was going to say about the NPC.
sorry.
I think didn't I say it actually?
Speak
That-
easy.
Why do we allow these
I
people
have
to
to
speak?
agree.
Whoa!
Tolerate it. 4 hours and we're still talking about it.
Speakeasy
Yeah,
Cypher.
oh, you woke
I mean,
up.
in
Shit.
fairness, I was trying to figure out what was going on. I didn't mean to bring
Yeah.
back up all the
I was
arguments. I was just
just
trying to, just trying to get an update. I
I'm
apologize,
just
guys.
Yeah.
explaining to
No,
Grid
you're
what
fine, Grid.
happened.
Well,
We're
That's all.
killing time right now.
I'm just pointing out, like Beth, you tolerate it, and then you try to be their friend, and you try to show them common decency and respect.
That
They
is
don't
true.
have that for you.
Wait,
All
let me-
I've ever done to these people is call them out on their bullshit and their hypocrisy. That's
Well,
why
let me
they hate
respond
me.
to that.
That is
Let me
true.
respond to that. What happened today is because I did
And
exactly
I
that.
say this with
OG.
love.
Beth doesn't drop them, and I literally dropped Cypher mid-sentence because he told Beth, I hope your channel doesn't monetize. And I said, fuck that shit. And I dropped him mid-sentence, and then he went psycho. If you had dropped him mid-sentence, OG, he wouldn't have attacked you the same way. They come after women. They don't.
Right.
There are a bunch of men who are saying the same thing Candace is, and a lot of them with higher education in the fields that are being discussed. And Andrew challenged Candace, not one of those men.
Well, they tried. Here's the thing. They tried to swarm around me. The same people that tried to swarm Beth tried to swarm around me, and then that's when my Minifrega mentality, my Minifrega doctrine kicked in. I don't give a fuck about y'all.
You
I don't
still
care
got a
what you
few
do.
floating.
The thing is, regardless, you shouldn't tolerate it, Beth. Like you have to be like, you know what?
We
Fuck
weren't.
you. This is
We
my
didn't.
show.
Wait a second.
Beth is doing
Time
better.
the
Beth
fuck
is
out.
doing great. Hold on,
No,
yeah, hold on. Beth
excuse
is
me.
doing great.
Time out. I was not tolerating a motherfucking thing. We put them in the basement, kicked him out. I took away his wrench. I timed his ass out. I did what I was supposed to do. I
You
didn't
did
tolerate
right, Beth. Don't explain
Yeah,
yourself. You did
You don't
right.
have to explain yourself.
No,
You're doing
no,
better.
no. Pause. You're missing what Mike's saying. He's not saying don't do the. You cut him
And
off
I
before
love
he
you,
finished
Mike. So
saying.
don't. I'm sorry, I'm
No,
yelling, Mike. Don't take it like that.
No, no worries.
He's trying to say. I'll let him. You want to speak to yourself, Mike?
10th, go. You muffled.
Yeah, you're muffled.
Would you like to speak for yourself, Mike, or would you like me
No,
try to
go
explain,
ahead. You
explain what I
explain it.
think
Go
and
ahead.
you probably
No, you
think
go
too?
ahead.
Let
Just
Mike.
correct me if
Let
I'm wrong.
Mike.
No, go ahead,
Let
10th.
Mike
I agree.
explain it.
No, 10th, go ahead.
Just yeah. So because I would have the same opinion. Is I don't believe Mike is saying you shouldn't have tolerated it. He's saying so in the future. Understand, no matter if they come back and apologize,
Oh,
things
there's
like
no
that.
apology.
All right.
There's
I
none.
think
How
that's
do you
what Mike's trying to
Exactly.
say.
apologize for
So
that?
even if
Because
okay,
I
listen.
got mad at you, right? And we didn't talk for a couple days, but I would never do the kind of shit like that. I would never be like, oh, I want to hurt your like that's sick. We get mad at each other sometimes. It happens, but you can't cross these lines.
Yeah, you don't attack.
I'm just trying to figure
I
out.
also have
I'm
another
just trying
saying.
to. I'm just trying to figure out how Beth could piss anyone off. I've never had a negative experience.
No,
with her.
they're not mad at Beth. That's
They're
not
not mad at her.
never
They
had.
wanna
No, but
they're
that's
not
what.
mad at her.
Let's
That's
let
what I
some
don't
of the new
understand.
guys talk.
That's
Let's
just their
let the new guys talk.
personality.
Yeah, they want to control her. They want to control. Hold on. I have one more saying that I want you guys to really, really, really understand. And it left my brain. Never mind. Maybe
The map.
Say it with your chest. We can't hear
But
you.
10th is actually correct on what I was trying to say. Even if Cypher, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, he's another wrench for you. No, fuck that. You fucked up. That's it. You
He did. He came back under an altar and asked me to give him a wrench, and I was like, "Fuck." I'm like, "Well, nice to meet you," but and then I'm like, "Listen, Grace, whatever, or I mean, Cypher, I'm not stupid. No,
I just hooked him up with a load of napalm.
That's why I timed it. That's why I timed that person out. Like I could say, if you're, see, I don't mind being tribalist. I don't want to be, but when people are attacking my friends and people I work with, I'm going to protect them, male or female. And that other saying that I have is, judge me by my enemies, right? Judge me by the people that I don't like, that don't like me, because I've done nothing to Cypher or the Pleasure Squad, but I won't debate them.
Let me. I'm sorry. I get it. But let me put this out there, okay? Because this is, I think, probably more to the point. There's a massive amount of virtue signaling right now, and it's this. attempt to prove loyalty by hating the people that my hero hates, or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking weak.
Yeah, we ain't like that.
And I don't have time for it myself. Now, if you guys want to make time for it in your lives and you guys want to entertain those people and that sort of thing, that's cool. You do you, all that. But that's like I sent Dragon Fist a message, because he kind of and I had never even talked to him. I had not up to that point even talked to Dragon Fist. I'd heard some things, didn't really care one way or the other. So Gibson, we're going to talk to him about the event in Nashville. We were talking about maybe, letting him debate there, and thought he'd probably be an asset. And before we could even get that far, I forget what I was doing, but I think it was the night that Vic was stream sniping my show. And somebody, it was nobody worth mentioning, said, hey, that dude Dragon Fist that you're trying to work with, he's like talking shit. I'm like, well, it's not cool Vics, right? So what else do they do? Talk shit. Who cares?
Yeah, that's what they do over there nonstop.
It's hey, that works for them. It's cool. Don't worry about it. But I did send Dragon Fist a message. I said, hey man, I had someone tell me that you weren't gonna work out, you weren't gonna work with me or something like that. What's up with that? And he just basically said, that, well, he'd heard things and blah blah blah, and he didn't know that he wanted to work with me, blah blah blah, and because I guess they think I'm in cahoots with Sarah, which even if I fucking was, it's irrelevant to what I've got going on.
Good. I want to point something out. I think I speak for a few people when I say that, like, I'm kind of shocked at how these are, if we're looking at this from a tribe, I'm speaking as if it is like a whole tribalistic thing.
Oh, it is.
These are like your own people that are turning on you. And I don't like the way that they are treating you.
I'll get into that in a second. Yeah,
you're the OG Crucible person,
right.
Whereas they're the new guys.
Yeah,
and they're trying to boot you out, and I don't like it,
well,
sir.
all right, I'll get into that in a second.
Because some of them are feds.
Yeah, let me. So the thing with like Dragon Fist, like, who the fuck is Dragon Fist? Like, who the fuck is that guy? Right?
Likely fed adjacent.
There's like I don't know. I'm not going to say anything. I'll let you draw your own conclusion. Go look at his social blade. Go look at the past 8 months, 10 months. See what's happened there. It's a little weird. I'm just
Infiltration.
saying. It's a little weird. So, like,
it's the Andrew Wilson
Is he a
mode.
good debater? I don't think so. I think he's okay. He's a mid debater. I would have liked to have had him at my event. I think that I could have put him against somebody who would have been good entertainment. He is a good entertainer. I'll give him that. But I don't give a fuck one way or the other whether he comes to my event or not. It doesn't make a difference. But judging somebody before you've even taken the time to sit down and say, hey, what's your problem with me, dude? Or, hey, I heard this about you. You wanna explain this shit? That shows a man's character and or lack of. I think what's more, and this is why I'm saying this now, and I won't get into it any further, but continuing to talk about it also shows character, and it's not good. It's not good character, right? Now I'll tell you about the deal with the Crucible and I. Right, I actually had a phone call with Andrew today, and I'm like, look, man, I don't feel like I'm welcome in the Crucible right now. Like, if that's the case, it's cool. No big deal, no harm, no foul. I'm your friend. I've been around a long time. It's cool. If it's,
are you the insider on Dusty's stream in 10 minutes?
And so,
that's a yes. Go ahead.
I'm talking to Andrew, but Andrew's like, and this needs to be heard. Everybody needs to understand this. Andrew is the Crucible.
Yes.
He's the only person that represents the Crucible. Everyone else is nothing but everyone else, with the exception of Mr. E, Everyone else, with the
Let him
exception,
He allows them to do
Okay,
that.
shut the fuck
Let him
up.
finish.
Chuck, shh. I'm sorry, Grit.
Everyone else is just a fucking fan, with the exception of Mr. E and Chickenfoot and a couple of others. Dragon Fist, not the Crucible. He's a fucking fan.
Correct.
Nobody is the Crucible except Andrew Wilson.
So,
and if anyone starts acting like they are, that's a problem.
Okay,
it's not-
Grid,
hold on,
Grid,
hold on.
wait, guys, please, Grid. I just want to for a second take
Sure.
it kind of back to my topic from the start to pick your brain
Absolutely.
instead of all of this. And my question to you is in relation to what we're talking about here, we're going to take it back to the topic in that, do you think that these men in these arenas, and I'm not even picking one, there's a lot of them, you can pick
You
a
have
name.
1.5 minutes.
Do you think that these men in these arenas are coming after women like me and Beth instead of men because they see us as weaker and therefore they're afraid to stand up to men instead of us, especially since they can come at us more about men's opinions than our own?
I mean, I could give you like an entire dissertation about this, but I'll keep it as brief as I can. There are a lot of men out there who have problems with women, and they couch it in this idea of patriarchy or red pill or whatever. And they don't understand the basic concepts, and so they can't achieve the end result. I'm going to liken this to like when I go flying, right? Like we all can understand that how an airplane works. It goes fast, doesn't fall out of the sky. But to actually make it fly, you have to understand it on a very high level. So you can call yourself a patriarch, you can call yourself red pill, you can call yourself whatever you want to. You can say that you're a man's man. But if you don't understand the basic principles and then build on those principles to the advanced principles, you're not that thing. You are not. And so what you have is a bunch of men who believe that they are doing the right thing. They honestly believe this. Now, I originally, I'm going to be honest with you, I thought it was a bunch of weak motherfuckers that just kind of got off on it. But I honestly believe that they think they're right in doing this bullshit.
I do too. Brick, sorry, Grid, because we're going to shut down really fast.
Wait. Before we do, I do want to say, I don't know. I feel like I have to say this. Grid, you know I love and respect you.
I can only hear one at a time, guys.
Well, I love and respect you to death. I think you're the bee's knees. But look, man, we continuously take up for this. Andrew may be his brand, the Crucible, but there's a whole foundry that they call their Discord that might as well be the Crucible. Because the Discord,
but it's not the Crucible. Might as well be.
It's not. But the only reason, I know the lore, brother. I was there when it was written. The only reason it's not called the Crucible is because the channel was in dire straits, and the Discord had just gotten removed, and they didn't want any other issues. The simple fact of the matter is, Andrew is responsible for the culture that is created in that Discord, and that allows to manifest. He's not responsible for individuals' actions, but he is responsible for his community's culture and the way that they act. And the way that it's okay. And providing the PR and lip service when they go out and they act like a roving horde and do stupid shit, that culture is on him. Now, is it his fault when people's channel get taken down? That you can have an argument. I say no, because you can't control other people's actions. But what you can control is the culture you allow to be set up around your community. And we are not holding the person who can change it responsible when we sit here and we say, oh, well, Andrew's not the Crucible, Andrew Wilson is. And you guys know exactly what you're doing. Y'all know the exact PR bullshit you're doing.
No, hold on. I think we may be talking past each other. So
we don't have
you're trying to make Andrew accountable for other people's actions based on
and
the
no,
culture.
exactly.
Hold on. Let me finish. Based on the culture that you think he fosters. But I would say that if you actually go into the Crucible and you're part of it, for the most part, those people are actually not that active, because they know that if they start talking, people, the actual members of the Crucible who actually listen to what Andrew has to say, shun those people, right? Nobody likes Avarice because Avarice is even Andrew's getting tired of Avarice's shit.
Well, the
I
Getting
think
tired.
I don't know that for
Andrew
certain. I
Excuse
allows
think.
me.
it to happen.
This is my
How do
yes.
you
This
allow
is my
something to happen on the internet?
Yeah, that's
gentlemen.
not
I'll
how it
tell you,
works.
he
That's
does
the
not.
dumbest
He
fucking
doesn't.
thing that's been said
Grid.
so far.
Grid. What
Thank
he's
you.
saying is Andrew does not come on and be like, I disavow of you people doing this. Knock it the fuck off, you retards. If he did that, I would.
Actually,
my respect for him would grow.
Unfortunately, I have to defend Andrew here. My God.
Because he did
I'm not
People
saying
doing.
it's his fault.
Bear
It's not
with
his
me,
fault.
please.
It's not his fault, but he can steer them a little bit better. That's all I'm saying.
But then
He
that then
did
you're
disavow
wanting.
it
All right,
when DSD did her thing, Beth. I saw it in her chats. He said, "Hey, you have a beef. I get that, but why are we striking channels? Maybe
And
not him,
also,
but
you
his
guys
people."
again, you guys are pointing at Andrew because he's an easy target, and you're fucking
No,
wrong.
I'm pointing at.
Whoa,
I'm no,
whoa,
I'm
whoa.
fucking
fucking
right
wrong.
because I'm pointing to Andrew
Please,
because
can
he's
I
the
have the
leader.
floor for
He's
a
the
moment?
leader of the Crucible.
Andrew
He
has no
is the
control
Crucible.
over
These
these
are his
people's
fans.
actions.
Hurt
He's
me.
responsible
has
for the
no
culture
control over
he
those
allows
people's
in his
actions.
community. He
I
is
need to say
responsible for
something.
the culture.
He could
He's not
steer
responsible for
them
their
better.
actions
Okay, you're
because he
arguing
can't
with the
control
wrong
another
And
person,
individual.
OG.
Mr.
No,
E
I'm
does
exactly right.
represent
And
the
what you're doing is
Crucible.
basic level fucking
OG's being
propaganda and PR.
disrespectful. Correct
Beth,
him before I
Ladies and
do.
gentlemen,
how
ladies
much
and
do they have
gentlemen, the
to pay
powder
you to go over Dusty?
The
Can I
Powder
say something
Dusty has
before we shut down?
officially gone live. I am dropping the link. There it is.
Can I
Thank
say
you all very much
something
for
before we
coming
shut
and
down?
Mr. E is
bearing.
part of the Crucible.
Was that a no?
Thank you for bearing with us for the last 4 hours. I appreciate you immensely. 10th man, what are you saying, sir? I'm very sorry.
Yes, I'm trying to.
And Grid, real quick, Grid, I'm not pointing at Andrew. I'm saying as a leader, he could help steer the people who like
And he
him
does
better.
when he
Okay,
sees
wait,
it,
wait, wait,
he
wait,
calls
stop.
it out.
10th,
Please.
Beth, how much to extend us to keep going over
We're
Dusty?
not, because
If they,
Dusty.
then
Oh.
we've got to get going. Everybody's
Yeah,
got
I
to
know. I just
stop.
want to say one thing before.
Go ahead.
So, Grid. He also said that to Dusty, I believe it was, when the whole fallout started and all that he, if it was forwarded to him that specific people were doing specific things, that he would address it. And secondarily, I would like to know the answer to the question that you posited at the very beginning about that he is only the Crucible. You just said you didn't feel welcome. Did he say, I am the Crucible, you are welcome? What was his response?
Yeah, he said, Andrew said, that, hey, these people are fans, you're a friend. Just be cool about it. It's not that big a deal. Like
Good.
There's a big difference between fans and friends. And I told
Well, that's
Andrew
nice.
that I understood that, but and to some degree I was saying basically that I think Andrew is unaware of a lot of things. So I was trying to just basically
Thank
say,
you.
hey, this is what's going on.
Thank you.
And he got very look, he's going to look into a lot of this stuff, but just like if somebody came to me and said someone from my audience went over and rage baited Beth, I'd be like, yeah, I can't really do anything about that. Like, I'm
How about one of
sorry.
your mods?
Well, no, that this is getting fair, all right? The way you worded that, the way that we were taught, the way that was taught, this is getting completely and understandably fair, because maybe he doesn't know. He is a bigger YouTuber. He is a busy man. Maybe he doesn't know, and his people, his fans that may have his ear, are just telling him, "Oh no, Dusty's crew is making making
correct."
problems."
Let me be a little bit. Let me be a little bit clear. I'm sorry, Beth. There's no planning committee in the Crucible about, hey, let's go fuck up Beth's channel. This is all happening outside the Crucible. The problem is those people are associated with the Crucible, and they do these things oftentimes in Andrew, if not in Andrew's name exactly, but in the spirit, but basically alluding to, hey, this is, you fucked with Andrew, you fucked with the wrong dude. Now,
but it's being done from the foundry. Mr. E should have his view on that.
I just said that that's not happening. There's no room there that says super secret squirrel, we're going to go fuck up Beth room.
I mean, no offense. You can say that, but We don't know that.
Well,
I've
I
been
mean,
told.
I know the people who would know, and they have told me that is not happening
Yeah, I don't believe that that's happening
Why would they tell you if it was?
in the foundry.
because they're honest people. And if I ask them directly, they're not going to lie to me.
They're getting
So-
a bad track record.
So
Yeah.
whether you're going to Dusty's or not, Beth, I do have to
Yes.
go get my
Go for
daughter.
it.
So I just want to, before I go, I would like to say a few words. Sorry if I take a minute here, but
Go
thank
ahead.
you, everyone. I'm sorry again, Beth, for creating some sort
You're
of
fine.
drama, but thank you, everyone. People from my channel who came over to Beth's. Hope you subbed. Thank you to all the donors and for everything tonight. This was probably the best first stream I could hope for, even including the mess, because we got through it and everything has been fun. I hope to see you guys on Thursday here at Beth's so that we can do this again. And maybe eventually Beth will be able to take a break.
That would be nice. Thank you very much, Witchy. You held your own today.
Yeah.
Nothing but love. Go take care of family. Everybody
and-
else, I'm going to drop the
Yeah,
link
Mom.
again
Look,
for
I'm
Dusty.
sorry that people from that supposedly represent the Crucible came over and fucked with you guys. I know that Andrew. I
It's
was
not your fault.
probably on the phone with Andrew when it was happening. So I'm going to be honest. The next time I talk to Andrew, I can mention it to him. I mean, these people are doing hit pieces on me. These people are basically saying that I've betrayed Andrew, and yet I'm the one that's like, I'm actually being honest in all things. So ultimately,
No, you're right.
I want to be clear. When you say it's not happening, I trust you. It's them I don't trust.
I wouldn't trust.
Right?
I don't trust them either.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't trust them either.
You're like they're honest, bro. I'm not tribal, so I used to go to AVGs, I used to go to Emmett's, and it's the chats that are inhospitable. It's the people that are doing this shit. They'll just make shit up on you.
About the fans.
Excuse me. I need to shut this down. Everybody should go over to Dusty's. He is live. It's going to be a hell of a show. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for the support, Chuck, Ike.
Yeah. I'm not gonna. I'm pretty sure it's over the Spiro drama. I'm not gonna get into. I actually was there. And you were too, Beth. The night that Spiro was trying to get Mr. E fired, and so
I missed that.
Yeah, that was in Nashville.
I didn't know that was happening.
Yeah. So you did meet Spiro there, correct?
Yes, I met Spiro.
Yeah, so Spiro.
I wasn't around him very much.
Yeah. So Spiro in Nashville, and this is all public knowledge. I'm not letting anything out of the bag here. So Spiro came to Nashville specifically, in my opinion, my observation. It's not an opinion; it's an observation. Specifically to try and oust Mr. E and go to work for the Crucible, I don't know if you remember this, Beth, but I remember because I was trying to get a word with Andrew before my wife and I left, and he was over there talking to Spiro, and I did overhear some of it. I'm not going to talk about it, but
yes, I do remember that because I spoke to him that night as well.
And Spiro, obviously was upset because Andrew told him at that time that he was not going to fire Mr. E and hire him. And I don't understand what play there was there, but that's what the play is. And now it looks to me like Spiro's basically tried again to oust Mr. E. And by the way, Mr. E and Andrew go back a long, long time. They're actual friends. Mr. E built the entire Foundry and Crucible for Andrew.
Yes.
And
no, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Not the Foundry. Not the Foundry, but Mr. E has been there from the beginning, and he's a phenomenal.
That part may be factual, but I know the person from Twitch poll who helped Andrew and Mr. E and did a lot of the legwork in building the Foundry.
Sure. And Mr. E's been very helpful to me over the years. Matter of fact, one of the things that I don't think a lot of people know is, they probably know, they just don't realize it, is when I started streaming, it was partially because of a conversation Andrew and I had, and he actually sent his people, Chickenfoot, Mr. E, and some others, to help me, talk about the lighting, talk about the cameras, talk about all of that, so that I had actually, a good product, a good production. And he didn't have to do any of that. I've always respected him for that. So I think before everybody just decides to go hard on Andrew here, I think Spiro's the actual villain. So
yeah,
but whatever.
All right.
I've actually got to I've actually got to do some stuff around
I
here.
gotta
will
shut
try
down
and listen.
myself.
Yeah, I'll try and listen, but I don't know. So
Well, thank you for popping by, Grid. Clay,
Sure.
sorry we didn't get a chance. Guys, thank you. Go to
Chuck.
Dusty if
Chuck,
you're
sorry, I
still
didn't
here.
mean to piss you
You're
off.
good. It was fun to listen.